in the ground. You went from quiet to loud. You found you broken in half today. You said a fight to forget, to burn up all you regret. But really nothing has changed today. You can't go on this way. You can't move on. Erase it, started again. Accidents happen, but this cuts don't stop. Erase it, started again. Mistakes dig in, and you've gone too far. You find you're living in fear. You've been dying for years. You hit the end of the road today. Condemned but couldn't understand. You tried but pride held you back. Your eyes are open again today. You can't go on this way. You can't move on. Erase it, started again. Accidents happen, but these cuts don't stop. Erase it, started again. Mistakes dig in, and you've gone too far. You can't go on this way. You can't move on. Erase it, started again. Accidents happen, but these cuts don't stop. Erase it, started again. Mistakes dig in, and you've gone too far. Erase it, started again. Erase it, started again. Erase it, started again. Erase it, started There's a waiting list to the bottom under you. Ex-husbands, romantics, and perverts, mass. I guess I'm gonna be there too. Where's the stop when the train's gonna hit me? True, I live for when you bullshit me. Tell me you want me, tell me you need me. Undress me with your eyes, lie to me. Here we are in love again. Congratulations, I'm here as the entertaining fool. Buster broke every bone in your wrist. How romantic of you. We both got this sickness, goddamn it's addictive. It's got me bleeding for two. Where's the truck full of bricks here to crush me? Don't you fuck with this halo above me. Drop me a coffee, drop me a sorry, give me back in your life. Torture me. Here we are in love again. Congratulations, I'm here as the entertaining fool. Here we are in love again. Congratulations. Here we are in love again. Congratulations. Here we are in love again. Congratulations. I'm here
conscience. A non-existent conscience is found around non-existent logic. People living with a restricted profit think they have a reason to be dishonest. But honestly, I can see ghosts every night. Not a hoax, they make their post in a candlelight to vandalize in our communities with their lunacy, saying that's how it used to be. But none of this is true to me. I speak the truth fluently. These fools will be sneaking, stealing jewelry from your bedroom. You hear a noise, so you wake up and don't see a thing in front of your face, so you assume and blame it on the dead dude. Are you blind to shadiness, or is your self-esteem so low you don't care if they play a bitch? If I were you, I'd be hating it, cause I can see right through them. They got no signs of faithfulness. People like ghosts, silhouettes not shown, most locked in the dome. Knock, knock, not home. You're a ghost. Your silhouette's not shown. You're locked in the dome. Knock, knock, not home. People are ghosts. Silhouettes not shown, most locked in the dome. Knock, knock, not home. Are you a ghost and your silhouette not shown? Are you locked in the dome? Open up. Knock, knock, not home. Your breath is like you roll the dice, not thinking twice, so you end up with the poltergeist up in your walls at night, making you call a fight, making it not alright to sleep anymore. So you reach for the door to your friendship, try to close it, it's already locked from the outside. So you're stuck dealing with this shit till you drop ties to certain individuals. Call it curtains, you'll be searching for your minerals and money. Subliminal seeming funny till they scheme you, honey. Then you never see a sunny day again. Chilling with ghosts till the day you end. Laying in a mess, nesting in regrets, lesson at its best. Hey, your friend, so please stop pretending that this dude is your friend till he stops offending you. Behind your back, he keeps it ghoulish, and you stay cool with him, so you are foolish. People like ghosts, silhouettes not shown, most locked in the dome. Knock, knock, not home. You're a ghost. Your silhouette's not shown. You're locked in the dome. Knock, knock, not home. People are ghosts. Silhouettes not shown, most locked in the dome. Knock, knock, not home. Are you a ghost and your silhouette not shown? Are you locked in the dome? Open up. Knock, knock, not home. Skeletons in your closet, monsters under your bed. Until he bosses got you nauseous in the head. Unconscious, Abercrombie, zombies are you abolish are gone with the wind. Get a song with your friend, it'll be your defense in the end. You'll be crawling again. Feel small as he's falling within. Every sin got him fucked up like swallowing gin. When I speak to you over this time, Luciante beat his destiny like Beyonce's beats. So if you choose to count these sheep and go to sleep on yourself, then your posture sweet monsters creep. You obnoxiously watch this, trying to run, but it's too late. Vamps out of the coffin. So put your hand out and give acceptance to the beast. It'll eat you alive in one piece. People like ghosts, silhouettes not shown, most locked in the dome. Knock, knock, not home. You're a ghost. Your silhouette's not shown. You're locked in the dome. Knock, knock, not home. People are ghosts. Silhouettes not shown, most locked in the dome. Knock, knock, not home. Are you a ghost and your silhouette not shown? Are you locked in the dome? Open up. Knock, knock, not home. People are ghosts. Silhouettes not shown, most locked in the dome. Knock, knock, not home. You're a ghost. Your silhouette's not shown. You're locked in the dome. Knock, knock, not home. People are ghosts. Silhouettes not shown, most locked in the dome. Knock, knock, not home. Are you a ghost and your silhouette not shown? Are you locked in the dome? Open up. Knock, knock, not home. Trying to follow myself.
sorry that I let you down, but the silence in this house is sweet for now. I was the worst at 22, still have some growing up to do. For those who stuck around. Always had my eye on the ends, but it's always expanding its presence. I never stopped to smell the fumes. I'm sorry that I let you down, but the silence in my house is way too loud. I was the worst at 22, still have some growing up to do. For those who stuck around, I can feel you in my chest. We will have to learn to do what we do best. We shouldn't be so sad. Was it the best you ever had? For those who stuck around.
God help me, I don't know where to start.
Got the knife to sever every string that keeps me tied up in this downtown dungeon light. See the shine through every whispered promise in the dark to leave this world behind us. Let it turn to dust. Once in a while.
Good morning. How's it going, everybody? Oh wow, it got bright out, so now I'm all washed out. Great. That's how I like to start my day, having to adjust the brightness. Just kidding. How you guys doing, lurkers? Good to have you. We'll be having all the our fun little regulars. Hey, there's one. Doodles, good to see you. Gosh dang, it's sun. Yeah, it's sun reflecting. Well, it's sun through clouds reflecting off of snow. Cause I don't know if your state got snow, but we did. We got snow pretty consistently all through last night. So last couple days have been pretty snowy. It's pretty crazy to think about. We got snow last weekend, but it only lasted a few days. We had it a little bit longer than that. It was snowing the last time I streamed, but I didn't mention it because I was like, well, it's probably gonna like go away. It didn't. It kept coming back. He's never gone. Or what's the fucking line? You think he's gone? He's never gone. Yeah, it's snow. It's weird to get it this early too. Wait, what? Oh, nah, I'm not gonna grab that. All right. Anyways, I've got a long day ahead of me. Booked a day at the local pottery shop, so I can throw some clay on the wheel and hopefully make some Christmas presents. Right on. Is it going to be a photo finish to get all that done, or does it look like you can get it all done just fine? Fingers crossed that you can get it done. we have not even be well, for obvious reasons. If you saw my Twitter, I don't know when or if we'll ever get to Christmas presents because we can't we still don't have the money. After a long and very depressing conversation with two people at my bank, who both ended up hanging up on me, refusing to answer the most basic question, like, why is it taking so long? Why does it take this amount of time? Is there a reason why this time needs to be taken? You know, basically all the same question. Or things like, I don't know, why is this happening to me? I've gotten several different answers on. They say that unless something very strange happens, and somehow my parents, who always have money, not because they're just like, oh, so great with money and everything, but because, my dad has been getting paid for the government for, 100% disability for his Agent Orange for, a couple decades now. And also, the company that my wife gets her disability through still exists and isn't out of business at all. It's a fairly major company. Doesn't have the money all of a sudden, somehow. Then we should be getting, finally, our checks into our accounts the 23rd. So guess who had to ask his parents for more money? Yeah. Because, God forbid, I'm able to afford to, I don't know, have diapers on my son or be able to wipe my own ass. That's a privilege that has to be earned, you see. I love this country. I love it. So, still broke. Still very broke. We're literally getting the money a day before Thanksgiving, and we're supposed to put together our Thanksgiving meal. Don't know how that's gonna go, because we're basically gonna be like running all over that day to hopefully scrounge up end turkey. Probably not have enough time to fucking defrost it. I don't know how this is gonna go. I really don't. It's not gonna be great. It's gonna take a couple of weeks to get it all finished, but I need to get all the wheel throwing steps done today. All in all, it's costing me $35, hoping to get gifts made for all my close family members, probably about 10 different pieces. Yeah. Relying on sweet potatoes to get me through Thanksgiving. Oof. We did, I signed up a couple months ago for a program through my school that delivers like food to people. And I had forgotten all about it, and the other day when we were like at our wit's end, we got that delivery. So and a lot of it's really cheap stuff, but like they gave us like a chicken and a whole bag of potatoes and shit. So we're gonna make that today, which is nice. Otherwise, it's basic surviving. And after my mom gave us more money. We finally have our phones back on because of that. Because like we desperately needed them back on because Glam has an appointment with her OBGYN regarding her cancer and what we're doing as far as her hysterectomy. And that's on the 21st. Now remember I said we're not going to see the money hit our account until the 23rd. And they said there's no way it would be earlier. And they made it sound like it was doing us a favor because, as they put it, it's only 6 days. It usually is 7 to 10. To which I said, you're not doing me a favor because that's 6 business days and almost 2 weeks. Almost 2 weeks without any money. And they were just like, well, if there was anything we could do, we would do it. And I was like, why? Why is this happening? I got like 3 different explanations. The first guy told me first that it was a random selection. I was like, how is it a random selection if you randomly selected 2 checks from 2 different banks? And he later edited it and said that, well, it's the amount of the checks. Really? So it's the amount of the checks. But also, it's because the banks that issued the checks didn't respond in time. What? So I kept asking him, I'm not getting clear answers from you. You're kind of changing answers on me. What the hell is going on? And the one question that never got answered to this day is why it's taking so long. Just that it is, I'm being told. Oh, that's the thing. According to them, they can't. Any fees that we accrue in this period are going to be refunded automatically. So they're not going to charge us overdraft fees. Are they not merciful? So yeah. If you could donate to my poor family so that hopefully we can buy our turkey early enough to actually defrost it. We got our turkey check through her job, and we're afraid to cash the check for obvious fucking reasons. It's great. It's fantastic. I love everything that's going on right now. Who's stressed? Me? No. Who spent most of the day really upset yesterday and then only could dedicate like 45 minutes to studying for the quiz that he had to take that same day? Not me. Nah. Everything's great. It's fantastic. So yeah. And Lord, good to see you. Enzo, good to see you. Jenny, good to see you. ACH system in the US is unfucking necessary. Yeah, seriously. You I know you saw my my tweet because you commented on it. But like I keep saying, currently, right now, I am able to have multiple tabs open, some of which have videos and ads playing in the background on a major social media site that is not very well optimized, all the while streaming in 1080 with very limited, and only 1080 because of the limitation of affiliate.
Not enough for a wild turkey, but hopefully it helps.
Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you for the $20, Jenny. Yeah, I keep forgetting to turn that down. Maybe I'll do that now. Thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a nightmare on top of nightmares. And we want it to end. You know, let's never forget that the whole reason Glam went off of work was for her mental health, and now both of our mental health is shit, and she's back to work because we don't have a choice. Awesome. Just great. Let's drop it down to 30%. It was at 50%. That's crazy that it has to be so quiet. I always jump when it pops up. Anyways. Go back to that. And we're done. It should be better. Okay. Let's get caught up on chat. We're not starving or anything. I'm just saying the only Thanksgiving themed food we can really afford to contribute is going to be sweet potato casserole, and no way we can afford the big ticket items this year. Ugh, that's awful. Sound entitled. They absolutely are. Also, my neck and back are hurting for my bed. I feel that. I've been dealing with that. Gritty, good to see you. I didn't see your comment. Work computer is updating, so I get to wait for it to update. Oh, gotta love it. It's not like you're getting $70 bajillion as fucking disability, not lottery winnings. Yeah. I'll tell you exactly how much money we have been waiting on. In total, $3,500. That's it. One check for $2,000 and one for $1,500. That's it. It's the whole thing. Nothing crazy at all. But it'll pay our bills. And that's what we need to do. Is pay our bills. And yeah. We have as far as we know, we have everything okay as far as the internet. We made some calls to make sure that our internet wasn't going to get shut off. After my mom sent us the money, which she's, she wasn't happy about having to do, but, it wasn't like she was mad at me, which is nice. But yeah, it's a whole thing. Still stressing out about corporate office approving my recertification about my cats being therapy pets because they have been charging me for pet rent. I keep telling them that my cats are therapy pets, even bringing letters from doctors just to get them to believe me. But of course, the letters are too personal about my diagnosis. There's no address and no phone number. A whole bunch of other crap. Jesus, I would just let them know. Contact your doctor and let them know that they're being assholes about it. And don't pay those fees. Tell them either I don't pay them now or you have to refund me later. Because you're going to win that. They have no leg to stand on. Know how that goes. Finally got my first book payout this week. We don't have a lot, but we have enough in our safe. Also, we save money by not celebrating Thanksgiving. Yeah, it for us it gets harder to not celebrate it since we've had Eli. Thing that sucks is we used to just kind of let it go. Cause if you're new to the stream, or if you weren't here the last time I was in November, I hate the month of my birthday. It's always the worst time of year. I begin my fight with seasonal depression, and I don't like getting older and looking at the progress that I've made in my life because it makes me feel bad for obvious reasons. And usually, some form of bullshit happens around this time. So usually, when November hits, I I'm miserable. And this year has been ridiculously worse. And I was hoping to be able to cap it off with Thanksgiving this year with my family, but it's just going to be us, and we're going to try and invite some friends over. I don't know why we're committing to all this when we literally are looking at what we're looking at regarding our money situation and being prepared. I think we can get everything else just fine. It's just, the turkey. And we're also worried about cashing that check that they gave us for turkey, which is only, I think, like $20-$30. I think it's closer to 20. I don't know. I'd have to look into it again. But we didn't used to celebrate Thanksgiving because it every four or so years falls on my birthday. And just it was expensive and we didn't know how to cook turkey. But this year we're like, Eli's getting older. He's 2 now. Let's celebrate with family. And my family, unfortunately, has stuff going on. Her family's down south. Yeah. Like my parents are down south, her parents are down south, her brothers are down south. Like and my brothers are spending it with their in-laws because that's like the one big holiday that they get every year. That and Christmas. Christmas most years. Christmas we kind of spend all together, but it's a shared family thing. But like the years that we don't are usually years that one of us is down in Florida with my parents. I already told the legal group that is helping me. I just need to tell my doctors about this nonsense. Yeah, get on it. Don't wait. Could always buy ground turkey. Why necessarily have to buy a whole turkey that's been frozen for who knows how many months? Because whole turkey's still better. We exclusively buy ground turkey. We don't buy ground beef. We already do that. We got to try and do something to not get fatter, I should say. Fatter is difficulty there. I really need to get to working out. That's a whole thing. My new therapist tells me all the time, is like, something that's really good for ADHD and autism is doing regular exercise. It helps with your mood stabilization, releasing endorphins, things like that. It helps balance you out a little bit. And it's always that thing that like people always say, well, if you're depressed, go work out, go do exercise. And it's like, okay, well, I'm too depressed to do that. So yeah, it's this like self-perpetuating thing where it's like, oh, go work out. I would work out if I wasn't depressed, but I need to work out so that I'm less depressed. But also, I don't want to work out because I'm depressed. So it's fun. It's fun. Gotta love it. Anyways, less depressing talk about how fucked up everything is. Put your finger in your butt. I don't know where that thing's been. Neither my finger nor my butt. So no. I deny thine request. I don't know how doing that is going to make me want to work out. It doesn't cure depression. Some would argue it does briefly. But I mean, I'm not really into that. Not really into that. Nah. Nah. All right, let's get started. We got a lot of stuff to get to. We're gonna start here with the thing that I wanted to get to the other day, but the Dave Chappelle thing took too long. Hey, by the way, hey YouTube, go fuck yourself. NBC probably, but YouTube's going along with it. I got flagged on YouTube for watching that Dave Chappelle thing, and you better believe that I disputed it in the name of fair use, because it wasn't like I just watched it. I provided commentary, like more commentary than the video was worth, honestly, which is just so me. But yeah, hey YouTube, fuck you. How about that? Anyways, this is something I thought was cool. Streamer friend, acquaintance, I don't know. I knew people knew him, follow him on here. We've rated him a couple times. Alec Gunther. Hey Disco Mom. Late to the stream as always. What do you expect when I'm expecting? Is that a thing? I know about BPT, but I mean at the same time I'm ADHD, so I'm late for everything anyway. So, you know. Also, I grew up knowing it as punk rock time, and I'm starting to think that just everybody's just late to everything, and we just make up excuses based on characteristics without realizing that the problem is that, you know, under late stage capitalism, we have no time to live, which means we're always rushing everywhere, and when we try to take a break to like collect ourselves, we become late to things. But I never apologize for being late to the stream. We pretty much just started anyways. Relate to everything regardless of culture. Yeah. Sort of endearingly unifying. Yeah. It's like, oh, I stopped and I collected myself because, you know, life is hell, and if I don't do this, I'm going to burn out even worse and, you know, chew the end of a bullet. Well, now I'm late. Ongoing joke where we say if you want a party to start at 2, you put 12 on the invitation. Yeah. Like I said, all different variations of that exist for all sorts of things. Like I said, growing up in the music scene, it was punk rock time. You want your show to start at 9? Doors at 7. Whenever you see somebody say doors at 7, know that no one's going to touch this. No one's going to even begin sound check until like 8 or 8:30, and know that no one's actually going to start performing until after 9. So it's punk rock time. And then, you know, me and Glam get together, and I find out it's a thing that what's called Black People Time is a thing, where they say something similar. Party's supposed to start at like 5 o'clock. You tell everybody show up at 2. You know, and now I'm finding out it's a thing for Hispanic people. Like I never knew that was a thing, which is funny because I've known plenty of Hispanic people all my life. But like I just think everybody's late to everything. Just life is hell. Why be on time? I'm sorry that I stopped to breathe. I also have severe adult ADHD, so I'm spicy late. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. Alec Gunther, who unfortunately is attributed as Alex Gunther by Aaron Reed, which, you know, unfortunate, but, you know, that's okay. But he's a streamer on this platform. He got up in Ohio to give a speech supporting trans people, and let's check that out.
Like many of you all in this room, I come from a conservative household. I was raised with Christian values and taught that being queer is a sin. But as I got older, I met a lot of queer people. Many of them were people I didn't even know.
Holy shit, that is quiet. That is really quiet.
Many of you all in this room, I come from a conservative household. I was raised with Christian values and taught that being queer is a sin. But as I got older, I met a lot of queer people. Many of them were people I didn't even know were queer until later on. And the more time...
So we're just gonna have to put up with the sound being being really low. I have it cranked on my booster. This is all the way up, and I have it cranked in OBS. So we'll all suffer this together. Don't let me forget to turn some of that down so I don't blow your ears out. Typical Ohio audio. Is that a thing in Ohio? Is Ohio audio the thing? Just everyone hates Ohio, which, as a Michigander, yeah. I've always described Ohio as the second worst state. Texas is first. Anyways. Bebe, good to see you. Look who finally got up and running. Oh, Jenny donated $20 to us, so we can hopefully buy a turkey. We should look into that. And hey, if anybody else wants to donate to our fund that allows us to get to the point where we can actually touch the money that we've been owed for more than a week and almost 2 weeks, go right ahead! ! Dono. Oh, Ohio is northern Florida. I think Indiana is more northern Florida. Ohio just sucks on its own for its own reasons. You know what I mean? You're saying Texas is the worst state, like Florida doesn't exist. Florida exists. Florida is something that I can't quantify as best or worse. You know what I mean? Because, like, it's a whole thing. It's hard to describe. Anyways, let's try and hear this.
The time I spent around them, the more one thing became clear. Two things. One, they are just normal people like you and me. And two, they just want to exist. I showed up at the last board meeting wearing the same shirt I'm wearing now. And the funny thing is, that was enough to send me into a brief bout of Twitter and TikTok fame. Someone posted a picture of me checking in, and I became known as the trans shirt guy. My inbox was flooded with compliments and praise. But there were a couple comments that stuck out to me more than any others, and they can be summed up with 5 words. You make me feel safe. Even while writing this statement, I could feel the tears welling into my eyes. I'm just some guy. There's no way that I deserve that kind of praise. But that's just it. They looked at me, some random, albeit larger guy, who did nothing more than wear the colors of their flag and knew they could breathe easily, that I would not persecute them. I am honored to stand up for these people, beautiful in their diversity, courageous in the face of adversity, and so proud and secure of their own identity that they put their own safety on the line every day to show the world who they truly are. So I'm here today to say, if you are the parent of a trans child, know that they are at an exponentially increased risk of self-harm compared to the average child, and that it only gets worse if you do not affirm them, if you deny who they are. It's okay to not understand. But please open your mind and listen to your child. They will tell you what they need. And if you are a trans child who is faced with the daily hardship of being forced into the closet, please stay strong. As a cis man, I have no right to ask this of you, but know that I am here for you. I am proud of you. And no amount of physical strength on my body could ever compare to the emotional strength it takes for you to simply make it to the next day. I, along with millions of others, are fighting for your right to exist. And if you do, if you do care about the safety of all children, you will vote no.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is
Thank
Amy.
you for your passion.
Fire. Fire. Yeah. That's Gritty. That's Alec Gunther. Streamer on this platform. Fucking killing it. Good job. Good job. Worth the wait, even though the audio is shit. The audio is real shit. But that's okay. That's okay. Good job, Alec. Sorry that they spelled your name wrong. You deserve better.
Like many of you all in this...
But, you know, he said what needed to be said. He said what needed to be said. What is this that you sent me, Lord? What do you got? Wow. They, fucking Ohio over here breeding a lot of astronauts. Man, people that, they hate Ohio so much, they want to get off this earth. It's crazy. I get it. I get it. We all should do this really at our individual school board meetings. I haven't heard any controversy in Flint about I haven't heard any controversy about trans people in Flint, which is nice. So I would that'd be good to do. I would like to do that and show support, even though I'm not the best public speaker. But yeah, said a lot of what needed to be said. Good job. Good job. Pro stuff. Gaming Granny, good to see you. Great time for me to come in and chat, I guess. Yeah. Right, good to see you too. All right. Let's check out some fun buyer's remorse. This is where it's going to get real fucking interesting on the Republican side. This primary for them is going to be endlessly entertaining, like full of let them fight vibes. Because like, oh, there's plenty of Elon buyer's remorse. Don't get me wrong, we'll get there. Yeah. Key evangelical figures turn on Trump. He used us. Wait, you're telling me the guy who bragged about not paying any of his contractors for work done, who doesn't pay any of his lawyers, who takes all the credit for things he didn't do, who continuously downplays any aspect that doesn't involve him in anything that's ever happened, when in reality he does literally nothing, like doesn't even write his own legislation, literally just copies and pastes it from the Heritage Foundation when he was president, and you know, is just always been somebody who's fucked people over without giving any regard for other human beings. You're telling me that he used you? You know, the guy that we kept telling you went against all the values you claim to hold yourself, including the fact that he cheated on his wife multiple times. He was 3 times married. Possible drug addict, swears all the time. Sees no problem with being greedy, is, you know, opulent as hell with the little bit of money that he has. God, what else? Looks at women as commodities. Like, has always said that he's pro-choice until it was necessary for him to not really give an answer on whether he's pro-choice or not. and then all of a sudden started pushing fake conspiracy theories about abortion, while at the same time everyone knows that he's paid for probably 20 abortions for a bunch of underage girls that he slept with in order to advance them in the Miss Teen America pageant. That guy, yes, and Stormy Daniels, the guy who cheated on his wife with a porn star while his wife was 6 months pregnant. Yeah, that guy used evangelicals to get elected. Oh. Like what? Oh, man. I love it. It's going to be such a fight. It's going to be such a fight. The evangelicals are going to back Mike Pence. The diehard MAGA heads who still believe that he won the last election are going to back Trump. The diehard MAGA heads that are like, I don't know about Trump. His demeanor is bad. Tag you in the TikTok in a tweet. All right, I'll check it out. The rest will back DeSantis. Yeah, the rest of MAGA will back DeSantis, including like a bunch of the more corporate establishment Republicans. They're all gonna back DeSantis, and it's just gonna be like fighting. Although Sam Cedar thinks that DeSantis might not even run now that Trump is announced. I don't know. I had already predicted that Trump wasn't going to run because, he needs money. Maybe it would be funny if he fizzled out, like, halfway through 2023. Like, he just ran out of money because he just couldn't stop spending it himself. Republican voting pool is now diluted enough for it to be a shit show of biblical proportions. No pun intended. I mean, keep the pun, honestly. Ring of Fire had a great bit on how the billionaire and millionaire backers aren't backing Trump anymore. Yeah, they're backing DeSantis. Because he actually knows how to pass legislation. But, what have I kept saying about DeSantis? And I've finally heard Majority Report pick up on it too, and a lot more people are picking up on it. The guy has no charisma. His Trump Act is hollow as shit. It's hollow as shit. Like it doesn't even sound convincing. He doesn't even sound like he's convinced of what he's saying and doing. And that's the thing. You got to have some essence of personality to get elected. Say what you want about Biden. He has a personality. When he gets that right bit of cocktail in him, he has personality. Mitt Romney was a fucking robot. He played a character. You could tell he played a character. That's why he didn't get fucking anything. No one gave a shit about him. Ron DeSantis, same way. He can get elected in Florida. He can't get elected federally. And GOP are pissed off finally at Rick Scott for losing over $100 million in the GOP war chest. That's all it took, not the biggest Medicare fraud in, its history. Nothing like that. Personality, Herschel Walker's having a runoff. Well, again, I say federal elections. And I mean, Herschel Walker's got a personality. It's just, dementia patient is his personality. They don't need much. They need some cult of personality to get people to vote for them federally. Mitt Romney's bad moment was when, during his original run, he bet another candidate, I can't remember who, $10,000 that he was right. Don't forget the binders full of women, the 40% don't pay any taxes, and we don't want their votes, and we're never going to get them, He does. CTE is a terrible thing. I mean, his personality does sound like dementia patient. That's all I'm saying. He had a leaked tape calling around 50% of the electorate a lost cause. Yeah. So that fucked him. Herschel Walker, but runoff is not a parental technique. He thinks that's how contraception works. Is runoff. Well, if it's running down a leg, that's what that's how you know it can't get in there and get it's pregnant. I've always been doing that. I've only how many abortions I pay for? 9. I don't know. I think it works. At least he sent a get well card. I'll give him that. Yeah. Anyways, that'll be fun. Let's see some more crazy shit from Matt Walsh. Media Matters posted this. Daily Wire host calls the U.S. soccer team treasonous for using rainbow colors in one of their crests at the World Cup. If I was in charge of the country, they wouldn't be allowed back in the country. Redundant statement and also dumb. This is pretty good. Thanks, Lance. Or Dave, whichever one of you. Matt, I'm a douchebag Walsh. Yeah. Don't worry, that isn't... Well, it's not Matt Walsh, but it's Ben Shapiro. We got an interesting clip. But yeah, Matt Walsh just quote tweets and goes, correct. It's like, all right. Cool. How do you square that? Like, I don't mean to be weird, but have you looked at the breakdown of the demographic of the women's U.S. soccer team? You might want to do that. Because, yeah, if you think that they're not going to fly a rainbow flag, man, sit down, champ. We need to have a talk. Should we start with the birds and the bees? Little hint, most of the European leagues and countries in soccer use the rainbow flag. Yeah, with few exceptions. Yeah, like the ones that are really fucking bigoted against queer people. It's hard to get any lower with Matt Walsh. He now rivals Alex Jones in the worst human beings of these political pundits. At least Alex Jones is entertaining. Like, Matt Walsh is just the wettest of rags. He's got no personality. Although I really want to make fun of him in this clip because while he still definitely dyed his beard in this clip, his hair looks terrible. Just funny to me. But yeah. Let's listen to Ben Shapiro talk about same-sex marriage because this has to be a talking point again because why not? Let's do this fight all over again.
But put aside the rule of construction, the thing that's really amazing to me is that it is now apparently the law of the land and societal rule that the only rationale that you would possibly have for saying that a marriage is between a man and a woman is because you're a Christian or a Jew or a Muslim.
Well, not 100% true. There's also people that make the biological argument, but that's really stupid because then it just discredits any marriage between somebody who is sterile and not. It's a very weird thing to bring up and not a very good point that people don't care about that anymore because they recognize that it's dumb and it doesn't work. Jones had moxie in character. Walsh is about as fun to listen to as watching paint dry. Yeah. Who wakes up every morning and goes, today my personality will be wood. I want everyone to believe that I'm an automaton. a completely unfeeling machine. Emotion is bad and unmanly. But being constantly upset about gay people existing is my personality trait. Walsh is a wet blanket. His selling point is being a ruthless sociopath that makes him a very effective fearmonger, much more than Shapiro ever could be. He's one in many examples that the right has thrown out there. He's flavor of the week. Much like all the other ones, he'll disappear. No one will care. They'll find somebody more extreme who's willing to say worse shit more openly. And, you know, all of a sudden, Matt will be replaced and he'll stop making money. People need to realize that you can make a lot of money on the right wing, but only for a very short period of time. Your relevance goes away really quickly. Unless you have a thing that can really separate you out, you know, like you can be tokenized in some way. Looking at you, Candace Owens. Andy, no. Unless you have something that's a lot more durable, they just replace you easily. If you're a straight white dude who leans, you know, Christian, you're a dime a dozen. You know, being that type of person who says just terrible shit, that's been a thing. You're replaceable. Awful people exist. Is that how Glenn Beck and Bill O'Reilly stuck around for so long? More or less. More or less. Glenn Beck hurt himself by coming out against Trump. Bill O'Reilly hurt himself because he couldn't stop beating and sexually harassing women. And somebody found out about it. And we were never supposed to know about that. The problem isn't that he did it, you see. The problem is that he got caught. Yeah, seriously. I just don't get why you would care what other people do in the sheets. Like, who gives a fuck? I don't know. I don't get it either. Anyways, what else you got, Ben? What enlightening facts are you going to bring to the table regarding the discussion of same-sex marriage?
It's really the only reason at all. That the only reason will allow you to have these crazy beliefs so long as you can show that they're crazy beliefs. So long as you can show that the reason that you believe that marriage is between a man and a woman is because you read it in a book and because you really believe the book. They keep saying sincere religious belief. I don't even know how you measure sincere religious belief. Are we going to like now monitor how often you go to church or to synagogue, whether you keep kosher or whether you take communion in order?
It's whether or not you actually live by the values of those books, and instead of just cherry picking it, you know, that's how we measure it. And I'm sorry, Ben, the reason that you're offended by that and you don't want to say that is because you don't do that. I bet Shapiro has a booster seat to get him up to the mic. His seat's like all the way high.
To determine you're sincere. I mean, the same media that declares that Nancy Pelosi is a sincere religious believer who's just for the mass abortion of unborn children will declare that you, Matt Walsh, are not actively in favor of the things that you're in favor of. You're just a religious bigot. You're a bigot, right? And your religion is a cover for your bigotry.
I mean, it's not inseparable, religious bigot, sure. But I tend to think that, you know, the both of you are not just religious bigots, but also bigots in general. Regardless of religion, you would hate gay people. What?
I'm highly annoyed by the constant derogation of non-religious arguments into religious arguments. And this is what the left loves to do. They like to say you're pro-life. The reason you're pro-life is because of your crazy religion. And so maybe...
I mean, no. Actually, we don't understand why you're pro-life, because the religious argument doesn't make any sense either. Like, none of the arguments about abortion make sense. None of the arguments against it make sense. Unless you interpret only one line and ignore the rest out of the Bible regarding the value of a fetus. and it's just based on like it's not even one line. It's like what, half a sentence, if that. A couple words from one sentence in the Bible is what they base the whole you're killing a viable human life argument on regarding the religious text. The other stuff is just arguing about when life starts, which is just like, I don't know. I don't care when life starts. I don't care when life starts. All I know is you're not a person until you can breathe on your own. Until you're out there, you're able to live without being inside of another person. When you're fully developed. You know? And there's caveats to that too, you know? Neonates. I get that. They're not relying on an entire body to exist at that point. They may be relying on some machines, but there's some viability there. I ultimately don't give a shit when life starts. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's not your fucking job to tell other people what they can do with their bodies. Especially if it's not harming anyone. And again, if you actually cared about it increasing like kids being born, hey, do you know what somebody who what a woman who has a abortion can do? They can try again when they're ready. And it'll be a much better situation, and we won't have to hear people like you bitch about having to pay for their health care and shit. Because God forbid you recognize that we live in a society. Hey, I said the meme. The old Bill Hicks joke, you're not a person unless you're, until you're in the my phone book. Oh, I see how it is, Bill. Kids aren't people. Anyways, I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when life starts. It really doesn't. You don't get to tell other people what to do with their bodies. You just don't. If it's not harming anyone else, who cares? You want to bring up smoking? No one's banned smoking. What we have banned is smoking inside of places where other people do not smoke and inhale that smoke, because that harms other people.
Competition would start
including
kicking in.
Lord Freiters gifted a tier 1 sub to base of PJ. They have given 388 gift subs in the channel.
Lord, thank you for gifting a sub to PJ. Appreciate that. PJ, good to see you. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is a beautiful thing about being pro-choice. If you think it morally objectionable to abort a baby, you can choose not to. Yeah. True. Absolutely true. You don't have to be pro-abortion. You can be anti-abortion and pro-choice. That's what they don't understand. One thing they cannot answer without like trying to turn this into an argument about something that doesn't matter. When does life start? Is they they think that everyone who's pro-choice would get an abortion or does get an abortion. That's not true. You don't have to. You just have to be able to, I don't know, stand by the belief in freedom. Everybody wins when people are given rights and autonomy. Exactly. And they don't want that. They don't want everybody to win. They want their people to win, which is part of what makes them bigots. Anyways, go on, Ben.
Maybe we can respect your crazy religion along those. That is not the argument for marriage. The argument for marriage has literally nothing to do with religion. You could be an...
Correct. Marriage has never been about religion. Ben is accidentally correct, but for the wrong reasons. He's going to move on to try and use that as a reason to just say, well, it's just crazy. But yes, marriage has never been about religion. Never. It isn't even about religion now. It was a business transaction for the majority of its history. You know? It was trading things for other things so that you could get a wife to impregnate, to breed with the best genes, as it were, as they believed it. It was fucking it was fucking eugenics. It was a business transaction based in eugenics, where women had no choice in the matter. It only became some form of religious argument recently. Because during that whole time, they would do the ceremonies in churches, because in most of those places, the churches ran the law. They had just as much say in a thing as the fucking kings of the time, as the feudal lords. That was just where it was done. And because they had such strongly held religious beliefs back then, you know, that made it make sense that they would have to swear it above to the highest power that they believe in, which is some form of deity. Therefore, your business transaction was sworn to in a church. After that, in capitalism, it became a tax designation. It became easier for tax designations and also certain rights to private information, or being able to speak for a person who's incapacitated. There's a number of benefits to being married, none of which are religious. None of which are religious. It was never about religion. So, in this aspect, he's technically correct. But he would also argue that marriage is religion, contradicting everything he says right now. Anyways, it's not like they're shooting fetuses with clay pigeons. Not yet. Nah, that's messy.
And a visitor from Mars, and you could see that all of human procreation
pull
relies on man, woman, child. This is not particularly difficult stuff. By essentially boxing in the argument in favor of traditional marriage into, well, if you're a crazy religious believer, maybe we'll let you have that. But you know, if you're a cake baker, then we're not sure about that, right? I mean, like, we're not sure how far this religious liberty thing extends.
Making people bake a cake for a gay wedding.
It's unfortunate that a once funny, classic Aussie comedian moves to America.
Making people bake a cake for a gay wedding.
Making them do it?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a very good idea.
But here's the argument. So should they be able to deny making a cake for a black couple if they don't like black people?
Allowed to? Probably. That doesn't mean it's right.
Okay, so then we had the civil rights movement, where they said black people, you had to serve them in your restaurants and stuff like that, and it did work, and it did make our society better, but would you argue that that still wasn't right?
No, that was right.
Why is that different to now if you didn't want to make a cake for black people?
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not different. Yeah. Maybe I was wrong about that.
That easy, Ben. Unless you want to justify denying black people entrance to your restaurant. You know, creating apartheid in the U.S. again. At this point, I wouldn't be shocked if he did defend it. Why not? Why not, Ben? Go ahead. Say fuck Nelson Mandela. Say fuck MLK. Go ahead, do it. I'd love to see you do it. Just pull the mask away. Just do it fully. I mean, shit. Anti-Semitism is fine. Dave Chappelle and Kanye West say so. So long as you say it in the right way, says Dave Chappelle. You gotta, quote, buy yourself time.
What you're really doing is you're setting the ground game at same-sex marriage and traditional marriage are completely the same thing. And if you object to it, the only reason that we'll even allow you to do that is because of this crazy thing called religion.
We missed, I missed part of this. That was pertinent to
Crazy
this.
religion. Along those, that is not the argument for marriage. The argument for marriage has literally nothing to do with religion. You could be a visitor from Mars, and you could see that all of human procreation relies on man, woman, child. This is not particularly difficult stuff. By essentially boxing in the argument.
That's an inch. See, that's the line I wanted to get to. I zoned out for a second and forgot. Ben over here was like, you know, hey, a Martian comes to Earth, which, first of all, Martian, we know that there's no, like, conscious beings. There's, like, bacteria on Mars and nothing else, so bacteria doesn't really... Are we going to ask the space bacteria about marriage? About gay marriage? But I know what he's saying. He's talking about just if an alien species comes here. It's a bad hypothetical. Part of Ben knows that this is a terrible hypothetical. Besides saying specifically Martian. By the way, Sean, good to see you. Like, literally, an alien species would come here, and they would look around, and you would be like, oh, I have a, you know, we do this crazy thing here where we allow gay people to get married for not procreation. That would just be like, is there a problem with your species being able to procreate? And they would be like, no, we topped 8 billion people just a week ago. And they would just be like, so then why does it matter? Like, chances are an alien species is going to have definitions of gender and sex that you, Ben, are going to absolutely flip out about. Are you a male or a female? Well, we don't know what that means. A male has a penis. You see. Well, we don't have those. We don't have those. We procreate in a much different way than you do. The female stays home and takes care of the children because they're the ones that carry the child. In our species, we all carry the child. Also, why you? That's really inefficient of you to just denote parenthood to just one person. Like, I thought that both of you had to be involved. I remember seeing you say something about fatherless homes, Ben. Like, in our species, everyone takes care of the children. We're a communal society because it's the most efficient way to take care of everybody is to just, you know, not pit everybody against each other and you know, provide for everyone. You know, and it's led to a large enlightenment, and we eliminated bigotry centuries ago because we just recognize it's better to let everyone live. We have a big planet full of many different species, and it's okay for them to exist in whatever way they choose. I don't understand why you humans have such a hang-up about what people are attracted to. And he'd probably sit there and just be like, you know, What are you, an SJW? We don't know what an SJW is. What? Why did we even come to this planet? This planet is full of stupid people who are really obsessed with sex, but also afraid of it. Weirdly afraid of it. And you guys say that you want, like, all these equal things, but you don't. Like, you don't provide anything equal for anyone. Everyone has the same opportunity. No, they don't. We can literally see that, you know, a kid born in Flint, Michigan isn't going to have the same opportunity as a kid born in New York City. You know? They would just be sitting there calling him a liar over and over, and he would hate it. They wouldn't come down and be like, why is that male sleeping with another male? They'd be like, we have our own definitions for gender and sex and how parenting is. It could be any number of things. They could believe that there is no need for the female of their species, so they just harvest them and take only the male babies and harvest the female babies forever and allow them no autonomy at all. They could be even worse than Ben, and Ben would have to walk it back, be like, oh, that's even worse than what I want. Vosh was born in... who mentioned Vosh? Somebody mentioned Vosh? I didn't say Vosh. Did I? I'm talking about aliens. Aliens would be real fucking confused in a lot of ways about our society. So, Ben, I don't think that same-sex marriage would be the thing that they are most upset with us about. Like, it could be literally the things that you support, or that you don't support the natural conclusion of the things that you say you support, that they definitely do. They could be more extreme either way, Ben. I don't think they would give a shit about how we procreate when they could literally go, hey, you have no shortage of human beings on this planet. You literally have no shortage of human beings on this planet. We're supposed to be a communal society, but oftentimes Matt and Ben just wants everyone to be the stupid nuclear family, but they will accept grandparents, which is also funny because, like, their example is usually what, the 1950s? Back in the 1950s, everyone helped take care of kids. There was always babysitters. You know? It was a lot more communal in a lot of ways, except for, you know, if you were black. Really any sort of minority. But among even white families, the idea of the nuclear family as they want it to exist now, where it's just a mother that takes care of the children, I don't know how that happened. There was more community involved. We're sectioned off now through late stage capitalism because we were bred to believe that the only way to look at our neighbors is as competition in order to earn the right to live. That's neoliberalism, baby. That's the things you support, Ben. Aliens would be baffled by humans and capitalism. Absolutely would be. They'd either be full-on fascists or they would be, you know, full-on fucking anarcho-communists or something like that. We can't be an advanced society and not support the weakest and disadvantaged of our kind. Yep. Yep. To understand how great a society is, look how they treat the least advantaged among them. In our country, we treat the least advantaged like absolute dog shit, like they're less than animals, that they're just a nuisance that needs to be moved around the country, or possibly euthanized, depending on who you ask, because they weren't able to get enough luck to earn the useless cotton paper and build the numbers of the fake system that we just kind of created that doesn't exist in nature in any way, shape, or form. Like, we treat them awful. So I guess we're not a good place because of that. Never have been. You know, seeing poverty as a moral failing and not, you know, an example of the disintegration of society. And that has nothing to do with the acceptance of gay marriage. It has to do with the fact that, you know, people like you have gotten your way, Ben. But yeah, let's use aliens as an example. The beautiful thing about using aliens that Ben did not think of is aliens could literally be anything. They could literally be anything. You have to be an absolute pompous moron to just assume that aliens are going to come down and be exactly like Ben Shapiro. That they're going to agree with conservatism. They're going to look at the state of our world and how it's falling apart and how everyone is miserable. And they're going to go, yes, we agree with this guy who keeps pushing the ideas that have made everybody miserable. It's not how that's going to work, Ben. But okay, let's laugh at somebody else. Dave Rubin. Here's a little recap of Dave Rubin's predictions. Well, we watched the predictions the other day where he repeatedly said that there was going to be a red wave, that Dr. Oz definitely was going to win. He was going to trounce John Fetterman. Basically said that it was going to be this massive red wave, and it was definitely going to happen. Let's see what he's saying now.
Yes, without question, the massive red wave that so many predicted did not happen. I kept saying...
So many meaning you.
...saying all along, while I think it is going to happen, you never know what is going to happen, and you cannot count your chickens before they hatch.
You literally did count them before they hatched. We watched it. We watched you, Dave. We heard what you had to say. You're lying. And his viewers don't care.
And clearly there was some chickens being counted before they were hatched by the mainstream punditry.
Can I just say, this is something that has annoyed me for a while. It annoys the hell out of me when conservatives try to pretend that they're not the establishment or not a part of the mainstream. Motherfucker, you get millions of views. You've been on almost every single mainstream media outlet. You'd be on there more if you were, I don't know, an interesting person. Or like brought anything worth talking about. You killed the only thing that made you valuable to fucking right-wingers. And that was you claiming to be still on the left, but not on the left. Oh, good. Just take care of this. Man, I think I like... I might just... I don't even know if there's any value to streaming on YouTube. We'll see. I get some views after the fact, but I don't know if it's actually adding anything. We'll see. The bot is promoting porn. Of course it is. But Dave, you are a part of the mainstream punditry. You are a part of the mainstream punditry. You've had mainstream persons on there, or you've had on your show. You've had people who wound up being mainstream on your show later on, and you claim them as friends until, you know, they're not. You were on Joe Rogan, dude. Joe Rogan is mainstream. All these people are mainstream. You are not separate from any of these people. The people that you're complaining about are you. You did that. You did that, Dave. It's you. This ain't hard. The link is guaranteed to give your computer an STD. Yeah.
The Pennsylvania situation, obviously, first off, their voting situation is very bizarre. They had a ton of early mail-in ballots. Look, it makes all the sense in the world that Oz would have won, but he didn't. And
why would that make sense? The guy had no personality. The guy wasn't even from that state. The guy got caught lying multiple times. He was proven to be entirely out of touch. He didn't run on any policies. Like, not a one. He had negative charisma. People would literally change their votes away from him after witnessing him publicly. The only reason the election was so close is because people don't understand how strokes work or how recovery works. Dave, it doesn't make sense for Dr. Oz to win. We all knew he was going to lose. We all knew that John Fetterman was going to win because he made the better case. He was already lieutenant governor. He had standing in the community. Oz moved there to run and was completely disingenuous. Like, what? It doesn't make any sense for him to win. Why did you think you had a chance? Because of only one reason. You're a Republican now, and Republicans have to be tribal. That's it. That's what pays your bills. That's the only reason you're making this argument.
it was, about a 5-point differential, which Pennsylvania, man, like, I don't know what to tell you.
Dr. Oz was a terrible candidate and John Fetterman was a good candidate. And the only reason it was so close is because John Fetterman had a stroke and people don't understand how healthcare works in this country. It's not hard to understand. Not hard to understand.
Just have to accept that 40%, I mean, I was sort of pulling that number out of thin air, but that X amount of people are always going to vote Democrat no matter what.
In the same way that X number of people are always going to vote Republican no matter what. But you don't worry about those people. Those aren't the people that decide elections. Independents voted for John Fetterman far more than they voted for Dr. Oz. Moderates voted for John Fetterman far more than Dr. Oz. Low propensity voters showed up and voted for John Fetterman over Dr. Oz. This has nothing to do with anything.
A certain amount of people are brainwashed. The other thing that sits behind.
You gotta love it. If you're to the left of Dave Rubin, you're brainwashed. But if you believe in the thing that has been in power in the country for decades, denies any responsibility for things that are bad that are happening, denies all the evidence of how the decisions that they made have led to our society being worse, being connected to those decisions, has had the Supreme Court for the past 50 fucking years, has had the majority of state houses for the past 50 fucking years, had the majority of governors for the past 50 years, had the majority of time spent in federal Congress for the last 50 years, have had the majority of presidents for the last 50 years. Those people are not brainwashed. The people who, deny all the evidence of how they fucked up and how it's their decisions that are continuing to fuck things up because rich people are making more money, and that's proof that they're good, actually. Those people aren't brainwashed. The people who are doing things like, I don't know, picking the curriculum in schools. picking the narratives on mainstream media. They're not brainwashed. They're not indoctrinated. The people writing children's books with propaganda in them to just completely rewrite history. Say what you want about the children's book on the left. They're at least telling history properly and not lying to kids. You go grab any right-wing book and they still believe the story about fucking George Washington and the apple tree or cherry tree or whatever. Didn't happen. It's a myth. You'll find that in a conservative book. You won't find that in any sort of left or leaning book. Oz isn't even a GP. He's a plastic surgeon. The dude shouldn't even be giving the medical advice he's given. Yeah. You do have, don't downplay doctors, because you still have to have some medical knowledge, but that doesn't mean it's your expertise. I cannot tell a lie is the biggest lie you can tell. Yep. He lied a lot, actually. Turns out he lied quite a bit. So no, we're not brainwashed, Ben. We have actually been fighting against the brainwashing. People on the left, they pretend like because we're gaining some traction among people as far as our ideas go, that somehow we're brainwashed. No. The brainwashing happened and we're usually broken from it. We're usually trying to break people away from the narrative that they've been sold their entire lives. We've spent our entire life, what? The majority of time in school, you believe, you're taught in elementary school through middle school that Christopher Columbus was a good guy and he discovered America. You're told the lie that he was doing it to prove the earth wasn't flat. You're told that back in elementary school. It's not true. Not true. They still teach that today, as far as I know. And then you get to high school. And all of a sudden you're like, yeah, so he did a little bit of genocide. And he did actually discover America. He accidentally wound up here. And it wasn't even North America that he landed on, and he thought it was India that he was in. And then he proceeded to genocide and rape a bunch of people by using tactics that even by his time period standards were deemed monstrous. And we know this through his fucking journals and everything. You learn part of that in high school, and then you learn the rest in college or on your own when you start learning reality and critical thinking. See, the narrative, again, the indoctrination is about how good a person Columbus was and all the reasons he wound up here. That's brainwashing. Finding out that all of that isn't true and reacting to that information is the opposite of brainwashing. It's snapping back to reality. My kid is turning 10 this month, and I can't wait for her to start learning history so I can completely eviscerate it. Same. We have one of the mods sent us some books a while back for Eli, and we got a book about Martin Luther King. And the first time I read it to Eli, I kept having to correct it and say, well, this is technically true, but... Also, didn't Columbus have several mutinies against him because he and the sailors couldn't reach dry land? I can't remember that. I can't confirm that. Looks like Twitter is going to bite the dust. Did something new come out? Am I gonna have to skip ahead? If somebody's got something new to provide that I haven't seen yet, please link it. Anyways, here's the rest of Dave.
All of this is that this young generation now, unless we can red pill them really fast, they're being born.
Unless we can indoctrinate them and brainwash them back to our side, is what he means by that.
Born in a world where they accept government mandates, where they accept putting masks on and when they can go to school and when they can, and being online all the time and being given all this stuff. That's not a great indicator of future freedom, right?
Just say you were wrong. Just say you're wrong, Dave. You guessed wrong. And that gets to the midterm results. We have more ideas of what Congress is going to look like. As things stand, Democrats control Senate, and it is official. The Republicans will control the House. The few things that are pretty well expected from this result. Nancy Pelosi is stepping down as House Majority Leader. The unfortunate thing is, it would be nice if progressives had a challenger in place to challenge that seat. If not, if they don't have anyone who they can put up for that position, because it's going to be a minority leader anyways. But if in 2 years we take back the House, which, hey, it's a possibility. I mean, shit. Biden actually gets stuff figured out a little bit better and starts doing more progressive legislation somehow. I don't know how. Lame duck session, and the House is gone. But it'll have to be executive order stuff. If he starts doing that, could be in a good position to take it back, and we can start passing legislation and helping people. Why not? We'll see what happens. But it's an important position to have. We need to replace the leadership in the Democratic Party entirely, because the leadership in the Democratic Party fucking sucks. It's god awful. It doesn't respond to reality. It responds to consultants that just lie and still get paid hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars to do it repeatedly and be like, we know what the people think. And then like they say something and the people are like, what? No, we don't think that at all. You don't know us at all. And they're like, you just don't know what's good for you. They just make money off of pretending like they know more than they do. And, that leads us to who's most likely going to be replacement. We are looking at, more than likely, it'll be Hakeem Jeffries. Now, Hakeem Jeffries is not good. Not good. That's why I say we need to hurry up and get a progressive challenger up there. I don't know if they'll win, but at least make it interesting. Is Congress going to be different since Nancy Pelosi stepped down and like Hakeem Jeffries is to be her successor? He's there are things that make him worse than Pelosi. His age, for instance, meaning he'll be in power a lot longer if he can consistently do it. He's a moderate, just like Nancy is. He's slightly to the right of her on a lot of issues. He's black, so that's something that they'll bring up a lot. If the progressive challenger we come up with is a white dude, they're gonna start pushing ideas that, oh look, it's all the racist Bernie supporters again, trying to hold the black man back. And it's like, no, that's a black man that wants to hold the black man back. Like, he doesn't give a shit. He's a corporate shithead. Fuck Hakeem Jeffries. No, Hakeem Jeffries is not good. He is not good. He's a bad dude. This is one of those things that I pointed out during the whole fight for what the fuck was it? Force the vote. Was that what it was? I can barely remember it now. The Jimmy Dore shit. It was the whole fight for the force the vote thing. Kept pointing out that, like, hey, you want to be careful. You want to fight it. You absolutely want to fight for things, and a lot of people did. You know, whether or not the party actually acted on it is a completely different story, and we can get into a lot of different things as to why that happened. But, you know, force the vote was stupid for a number of reasons. Number one being, if Nancy Pelosi wasn't the one to get elected, the next one to get elected would have been Steny Hoyer or Hakeem Jeffries, who again are worse. We wouldn't be looking at the Speaker of the House for the Democrats, a leader in the Democrats stepping down if, Hakeem Jeffries wound up getting put in place instead of Nancy Pelosi. We wouldn't be looking at this possibility that a progressive could come up and challenge. Does he do like Nancy and own stocks? Of course he does. Most congressional members do. But, that's something she promised. She has said she'll finish out her term. She has not stated whether or not she'll run again. So likely we'll be looking at a place to fill with progressive in California. Let's do it. Let's push it left. See what happens. And another expected thing, now that the Republicans are going to be taking the House, their first order of business, everybody say it at once, Hunter Biden. Because, of course, they are. January 6th panel looks to wrap up investigation before Republicans take over, and Hunter Biden will now be the talk of the day. Get ready for Hunter Biden to be the new servers, the new Benghazi, the new butter emails. It's going to add up to nothing. Like, maybe Hunter Biden goes to jail. All right. They have no connections that directly link Joe Biden to anything, so it's not going to unseat the president. It's not going to do a goddamn thing. It's going to be show trial after show trial. Remember January 6th? That was a show trial. It wasn't, because something actually happened. Something provably happened on January 6th. You can't compare Hunter Biden and January 6th, but they're going to try. They're going to try. Get ready for that talking point. It's going to be, hey, you guys wasted all our time with these January 6th hearings. People actually went to prison for January 6th. Hunter Biden, he might have to pay a fine. Okay. But you're turning it into political theater against the president when the president was not involved. To the extent that he was, it was nepotism. And again, said it once, I'll say it again. They don't want to actually legislate against nepotism. They don't. Do we need to name all the reasons why? Let's see here. They had a president whose main call to fame was being the son of a former president, former vice president. The last president they had had his kids as advisors to the White House, including his daughter, who had an office set up in the White House, while her husband, his son-in-law, was in the cabinet. They don't want to get rid of nepotism. We mentioned Mitt Romney earlier. What's Mitt Romney's big call to fame? Oh, he was the governor of Massachusetts. Sure, but how'd he get there? Oh, right. His dad was the governor of Michigan and owned owned a major auto manufacturer at the time. Oh yeah. Rand Paul is a popular popular senator. What's his call to fame? His dad was Ron Paul, who was also in Congress. They don't want to get rid of nepotism. They survive off of it. Foreshadowing to if we get to the story. But yeah, it's just going to be Hunter Biden after Hunter Biden, and it's not going to do anything. There's going to be investigation after investigation. Hunter Biden will pay a fine, and they'll do another investigation. Nothing will come of that. They'll do another investigation. It's going to be 2 years of them just ramming Hunter Biden down our throats and be like, you know, if the son is bad, therefore the dad is bad. Do we have proof of that? We don't need proof because we believe it. Just boring. Boring. Mehdi Hassan says it as much. Be as mad as you like about House Republicans kicking off day one after winning the House with a massive investigation into the Biden family, but also ask yourself why House Democrats didn't do this for the Trump family. Ask yourself this on the day Pelosi is retiring, by the way. Mehdi Hassan saying exactly what needs to be said. It's political theater. They think January 6th was political theater. It wasn't. Did they go hard enough? No, of course not. As Mehdi is pointing out properly here. But all this is going to be, it's going to add up to nothing. It's going to add up to, like, tax evasion. Who gives a shit? But get ready for Hunter Biden to be constantly rammed down our throats in mainstream, in right-wing media, and of course, the mainstream media, who the right is going to say they don't ever cover they don't ever cover anything regarding Hunter Biden. That mainstream media is going to talk about it endlessly, constantly do like little debunks and give it like 3 Pinocchios and shit like that. But they're going to continue talking about it, which will get it in the upper lexicon, you know, in the popular lexicon, and people will know about it, and they'll just be like, I don't know what this Hunter Biden shit is about. I don't fucking know if I even care. And I don't know. It's not, they're trying to recreate Benghazi. That's all this is. And I'm sorry. This doesn't have the same fire. This doesn't have the same, like, history. Biden is corrupt in the same way that Republicans are corrupt. Possibly slightly less so. Because there's nothing at all connecting him to this. Except for just pure nepotism. And this world is run on nepotism. So fucking what? Who cares? But we're going to be forced to talk about it. All I can say is, if you think there's something there, go and check out the video that Cody did on the subject. It's pretty extensive and worth watching, but this is going to be nothing. This is whatever. It's not going to win him elections. Anyways, hey, this is a fun little clip. I love, you know, for years we've had like Jimmy Dore fans, you know, on Twitter, you know, defending him, saying, oh, you know, people won't debate Jimmy Dore. People can't actually combat Jimmy Dore on the facts. And Jimmy Dore is a truth seeker, and he's very brave, and he knows how to handle himself, and he can push back because the facts are on his side. I don't want to give credit to the fucking kill stream, but well,
that Jimmy cited many months ago about this claim that the U.S. coup Ukraine was, as you said, the Victoria.
You're really going to debate this? You're going to debate whether fucking the United States couped Ukraine? You guys enjoy it. Take care, you guys. This has been fun.
Thanks for coming on, Jimmy.
Bye, Jimmy.
Okay. And I really appreciate you saying I was funny. I think that I can. No matter who it is, if they find me funny, I have a spot for them in my heart. But I'm not going to do this.
Objectively false. You don't care?
I'm not going to do this. This is ridiculous. I'm not going to go black is white, in is out. And if the point of it is this is an economic proxy,
you don't even know what I'm going to say about the Newland phone call.
No, what I'm just saying
cares
is that
about Newland? I know
none of this matter. What Kurt is saying is right. It was that it doesn't matter. What's your end point? That we should be helping and spending $100 billion.
I don't know. We should probably actually hear what he has to say. You should probably let him talk, unless you're scared that you can't actually, when confronted with criticism, stand up against it, which is one of the reasons why you created a burner account on Twitter so that you could go after people that you blocked anonymously until it became all too obvious that you fucked up and it was your burner account. I remember being subscribed to PSA Stitch on YouTube, only unsubscribed like a few months ago. The guy pretty much stopped uploading videos and just left it to rot. Yeah, because he joined the kill stream, or Adam or whatever, and made a name for himself doing that podcast. Which I don't care. I don't care about Stitch. I don't know enough about him to actually give a shit.
$1 in Ukraine or not. We're there for the same reason we did Libya, for the same reason we did Iraq, for the same reason we did Afghanistan and Yemen, and now we're doing Somalia and Ethiopia for the same reasons. That's the same reason we're there. And any discussion about it is just stupid.
Jimmy,
I appreciate you and I thanks for having me.
I mean, Jimmy, before
true, because you and everyone else.
It's okay.
Everyone else brings this stuff up in your videos.
It's okay.
If it didn't matter, you wouldn't bring it up.
It's okay. It's okay. It's good talking, honest to God. You guys, you could have it out with Dave. Dave, he's doing a great job, and there's no reason for me to get upset. Okay, so
that's fine. I understand.
Then why are you upset, Jimmy?
You don't want to, be fact-checked or talk about any of the things.
Sitch.
But he's right. This is like, he's getting the littlest bit of pushback, and Jimmy's like, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. You people are being unfair to me because you're not taking everything that I'm saying as gospel. You're what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to nod your head at me and not question anything I say. You're supposed to be like, yeah, Jimmy, you're the most right person. You've been correct about everything. The moon fell in Lake Michigan.
Hey,
you're
so
right.
maybe hey, you want to have? Should we talk about if water is wet? Yes, we could.
Jimmy.
All right, I'm gonna take.
We didn't coup Ukraine. It's a lie. It's not true. Jimmy doesn't like having to confront that fact. That something he said was not true. That's all this is. He knows how badly the Sam Searder debate went, because he's constantly having to be reminded of it, because there's plenty of us that he has to block for pointing out that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. People still talk to Dore. I thought he withered away into obscurity like they all do. No. He gets on Tucker Carlson and shit. I don't know where you got that idea, Sean. He goes on Tucker Carlson and shit. This dude's a millionaire. When had the U.S. Couped Ukraine exactly? I don't know. And you're not going to find out either because unless you watch Jimmy Dore's videos on Jimmy Dore's channels, you're not going to find out. You know, and don't look at the comment section that is just a bunch of people going, Jimmy's right about everything, except for them saying, you know, oh, Jimmy's too far to the left of me, but when he talks about the things that agree with me, he's 100% correct.
Wait, Jimmy, before you go, thanks for coming on. Come back on the show again sometime. We'll discuss. Take care, man. Have a good Sunday.
He won't. This is why Jimmy doesn't go on a lot of other people's shows. He has to make sure that the shows that he goes on are going to be 100% friendly to him. And that's it. Make a bunch of unsubstantiated claims. Say it's comedy. When that excuse doesn't work and people point out that you're not actually telling any joke, you're just repeating lies and pretending like it's true, flip out when somebody calls you out. That's it. That's Jimmy Dore's MO when he goes on other people's shows. He's got to be 100% sure this is never going to happen when he goes on another person's show. I believe it's called a circle jerk when you're a moron and other morons agree with you. Yeah, that's what he wants. That's what he wants. That's why he's accepted on fucking Tucker Carlson. He'll never say anything remotely left-wing to Tucker Carlson. He'll just nod his head about how trans people are stealing everybody's penises and trying to kill your kids. And, won't bring up Medicare for all, which he says he cares about, but he'll push anti-COVID conspiracies, all sorts of shit. Anyways, let's go ahead and check this thing out. What is Herschel Walker? I didn't steal my penis, I bought it. Fair enough.
I want to tell you to keep the faith. Oh, you ever watch a stupid movie late at night hoping it's going to get better, don't get better, but you keep watching it anyway?
Not sure what this has to do with the election, but okay.
The other night, I was watching this movie. I was watching this movie called Freak Night, or some type of night, but it was about vampires. I don't know if you know vampires are cool people, are they not? But I'm going to tell you something that I found out. A werewolf can kill a vampire. Did you know that? I never knew that, so I didn't want to be a vampire anymore. I wanted to be a werewolf. But then anyway, as I'm watching this movie, and then you can tell how stupid it is because it's 1 in the morning. So I'm watching my TV, these kids watching their TV, a vampire kill on their TV. So you know it's kind of stupid, but I'm still watching though. As I'm watching this show, what was funny, these kids had a vampire in their attic at their house. So they were watching their TV. Now I'm watching my TV as they watching their TV, or they see the vampire killer on their TV. So they win this contest to bring this actor. Now y'all got to stay with me. Bring this actor who's a vampire killer from that TV to get rid of this real life vampire in their attic. So as this actor comes to their home, he got all the right stuff. He got all the right stuff because you know got to have a stake and got to have a thing to kill him in the heart. And he got a necklace of garlic because that worked. I don't know what it does, but it worked. You got to have a cross because it burns. I know that worked. And then all of a sudden, this is what was so funny about it. As they're walking through the house, this guy's got the holy water. He's blessing the house, this actor. Now, he's all fake. He's blessing the house with his holy water. They walked upstairs, and this vampire looking real good in this black suit. Whoa, that sounds like Senator Warnock, doesn't it? Looking all good in this black suit, floated from the ceiling. He floated from the ceiling looking good and cool. And I'm thinking, whoa, they better get out of that house. If somebody float from your ceiling, get out of that house. That's not your house. But as he floated from the ceiling, the kids jumped behind their hero. As they jumped behind their hero, the guy jumped in front of him with this holy water, threw it on the vampire's forehead. He covered his eyes. Then he took his hand away. He started laughing. And he said, that don't work. He took the cross, he put it on the vampire's forehead. And the vampire didn't even do anything. He said, that don't work. And that's the way it is in our life. It doesn't work unless you got faith. It is time for us to have faith. We got to have faith in our fellow brother. We got to have faith in this country. We got to have faith in the elected officials. And right now, that's the reason I'm here. Because God...
What? What? There's so much there. And yet, there's literally nothing there. Herschel Walker practicing the time-tested tactic of wasting everybody's goddamn time. Because let's go down the list. He was watching possibly Fright Night, which has vampires in it, but doesn't have any werewolves. To talk about how werewolves can kill vampires. Explains part of the plot of Fright Night, and then uses it to bridge into, not that the religious aspects in that movie regarding fighting vampires was wrong, but that the reason it was wrong was because you don't have faith, and therefore God. Oh, and by the way, Raphael Warnock wears black suits like a vampire. Something is CTE contagious? I feel like CTE can be spread by hearing people with CTE talk. CTE is now passed audibly. So there you go. I like the Fright Night remake with Anton Yelchin. I haven't watched it. I think this was clip worthy. What? Yeah. CTE is now airborne. No. It's not airborne. It's transmitted by sound waves. I don't want to hear, and like, I make jokes about fucking Biden's mental state and his age a bunch. You guys know that. I'm pretty outspoken in the fact that yes, I'm pretty sure that Biden is sundowning. Still a better president than Trump. I don't want to hear any right-wingers support this guy and then bring up Biden's mental state. Herschel Walker is 20 years younger than Joe Biden. 20 years younger. After hearing that speech, I would play the Billy Madison clip after Billy was giving the answer. Yeah. I award you no points. And may God have mercy on your soul. Emo Dragon, good to see you. Taco Light, good to see you. A lot of people had more to say on this. I don't. What can be said? The man's brain is Swiss cheese. he's done. His brain is done. It would be almost hilarious if before the runoff happens, he winds up in a nursing home, not able to speak. And Warnock wins by default. Because they would be like, what, the candidate can't run. And you know Republicans would still. I didn't think the clip was real at first. Emo Dragon, but we all lived through 4 years of Trump. Nothing is above board for the amount of stupidity that can come out of a Republican's mouth at this point. We know. And I mean, I've long said that Donald Trump killed parity. Donald Trump's election killed parity of Republicans. The only reason it's difficult to like make fun of Republicans as far as like what they say and pretending to be them is give it a couple years, and the joke that you told that you're just like, oh yeah, that's ridiculous, no one would ever make that argument, they'll say it on mainstream media. They'll be held up as mainstream candidates. Trump ran so Herschel Walker, or Trump walked so Herschel Walker could run. I saw the news trending that the evangelical bloc may not support Trump. However, I'm not sure if that's entirely true. Oh, you mean this? Don't worry, if he makes it to the general election, they'll fall in line. And a little bit more fun for us. The lawsuit that Andy No, or the criminal case that Andy No pushed against a veteran journalist to say that the guy robbed him. He lost, and in the process of him being on the stand multiple times, Andy was caught lying on the stand. So let's do that.
Mr. No, you're aware that some of your reporting, some of your rhetoric online has instigated violence?
No.
You're aware that some of the people that you have posted about have received just the same kind of threats that you've received?
I'm not aware.
So you're not aware of what your Twitter followers are doing?
As you mentioned, I have over 1 million followers on Twitter. I don't read the comments from...
Oh, look, Andy still has that random British accent. He was born in Seattle, by the way. And he knows not a journalist. I can't believe Ben Burgess actually defends this guy against what he claimed Antifa did. Yeah, Ben has a lot of issues. There's a number of things that I want to send to Ben regarding when we had him on. Hey Ben, about fascism. Remember how you said fascism wasn't actually a possibility in the U.S. because you didn't think the conditions were similar enough to Germany? Yeah, about that. Or, hey Ben, there's a nice little clip from the Majority Report that I need to remember to do. I keep forgetting to do it because, life has been hell. Majority Report, Sam said something that I was trying to get across to Ben regarding his appearance on Joe Rogan, where I said it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter if you're nice to Joe Rogan on that show, because you know, you will actually go more viral if you are more aggressive towards him in fact checking him. And Ben told me that he didn't care about that. What he cared about was getting on the show again. And he said, well, you know, if I do that, I burn that bridge and I'm not going to be on the show again. And I was like, they're not going to have you on anyways. They're not going to have you on after this. Because you didn't generate anything. You were a nothing guest. They had you on to claim political neutrality. He corrected him a couple times. He didn't really do all that much. But I told him, I was like, you know, if you actually wanted to advance your public portfolio, the way you do it is you be more aggressive towards them. And he even admitted to me that he was enamored that he was sitting across the guy that he used to watch on news radio. And he wouldn't budge on that. Adam Conover did a better job. Adam Conover is always good at that. Yeah. That's how he makes his living. But Ben purports himself to be that. That's a lot of things. I'd have him on again. I would like to check up on him and see what he thinks. Because remember, when we had him on, Roe v. Wade was still hadn't been overturned. I'd love to have Ben on again when I have time to, you know, plan out guests and stuff. But he kept talking to me about how enamored he was that he was sitting next to the news radio guy. And I told him, I was like, that shouldn't matter. Sam said it the other day. If you go on Joe Rogan as on the left and you purport to be on the left, your job is to aggressively fact check him. Otherwise, why are you there? It's almost verbatim what Sam said. And I want to clip that out and I want to send it to fucking Ben. The last time I asked him after Roe v. Wade if he's sure that he stands by the belief that fascism isn't, you know, a threat in the U.S. to likely take over, he never answered me. So I don't know. I just want to send it to him. See what he thinks.
Hundreds of thousands of people.
Understood. So you can't really keep track of what happens as a response to your tweets?
Not in every tweet.
Okay. So it's possible then that some of your reporting has led to violence?
No.
Oh, good Lord.
Mr. No, you're aware that some of your report.
Here's some examples on stuff that happened. So here. After the defendant was found not guilty, Andy No complained about the outcome, begged his followers for yet more donations to fund his ongoing frivolous legal harassment of leftists. No has been accused of using legal funds to fund a lavish lifestyle of international travel. Today, Antifa member John Cullen, hacker, was on trial for third-degree felony robbery when he hit me and stole my phone at a gym in Portland, Oregon. It's a thing that didn't happen. In May 2019, he claims to be a journalist and uses the aliases Full Revolution Media and John the Lefty. In the video of the attack, you can see him hitting me, stealing the device and shouting, "I'm going to fucking break your phone." As he tried to flee, he was stopped by gym staff. Despite the evidence, the judge found him not guilty. This is Portland. I'm continuing my pursuit of justice by suing him and other Antifa members in civil court for their multiple violent attacks on me. You can read this lawsuit in the link above and support my legal fund. Yeah. Just give me more money, guys. I swear. Give me more money. Andy No's defeat in court today is the latest in a string of embarrassing legal losses for the right-wing grifter. Mr. Andy No has been known to threaten journalists who expose his lies with frivolous legal action with sometimes hilarious results. Like this example he provided. against specifically Chad. After reading this frivolous, desperate threat from Andy No and or the post-millennials lawyers, I knew I wanted Popat to write our response. This may be the first time the phrase "a jumbled, oily poutine" has been used in legal writing, an absolute masterpiece. And this, I'm guessing, is to the lawyers representing Andy No. Yep. I'm litigation counsel for to Chad Loader, and write in response to your bumptious and unsound legal threat of September 29th, 2021. On whose behalf do you write? You claim to be special counsel to the post-millennial. Congratulations, I'm sure. Yet most of your threat is a gripe about things Mr. Loader said about Andy No, who's apparently an editor-at-large for TPM. Again, congratulations, I'm sure. Moreover, after asserting that you represent TPM, you lose track and refer to our client and TPM. Do you represent Mr. No as well? You seem intent on distancing Mr. No from TPM, pointing out that he does not run TPM. I'm sure everyone understands why you'd want to clarify that, but you also seem to be arguing that criticisms of Mr. No are false and that Mr. No is perfectly respectable. How, then, is it defamatory to associate TPM with him? That was a rhetorical question. Since your legal theories are nonsense, it doesn't matter. You may believe that you can intimidate Mr. Loader with frivolous legal threats because Canada, despite being quite delightful in many other ways, indulges such vexatious litigations. Calculated to silence critics on behalf of the thin-skinned, the vengeful, and the cynically partisan. Au contraire, mon ami. The United States, conscious of the dangers of libel tourism and pro-censorship legal systems, has enacted the Speech Act 28 United States Code 4102. The Speech Act prohibits American courts from recognizing foreign defamation judgments obtained under regimes that do not provide defendants with free speech protections as robust as those available under the First Amendment to the United States Constitution and the laws of the relevant states. American courts have found that there is no meaningful dispute that the law applied by Canadian courts provides less protection of speech and press than First Amendment and state law. Canadian defamation law is derivative of the defamation law of the United Kingdom, which has long been substantially less protective of free speech. Any Canadian judgment upholding refusal to recognize Canadian libel judgment under Speech Act. Any Canadian judgment you obtain against Mr. Loader will be worthless, both because Canadian courts lack personal jurisdiction over him, as also required by the Speech Act, and because his speech is clearly protected by American law. Perhaps you plan to sue Mr. Loader in America. It would be my pleasure, Mr. Coppola, to introduce you and your client to clients to one of our anti-SLAPP statutes. Any suit you file in the United States will fail for multiple reasons and result in you paying Mr. Loader's legal fees under an anti-SLAPP statute. Here are but a few legal fatuities in your threat. Astoundingly, your threat is based largely on things Mr. Loader or his attorney said in court filings. Such statements are absolutely privileged from defamation claims under relevant law. And he quotes it, litigation privilege barred defamation action because it was based on statements, whether true or false, or made with malice or without it, in her declaration in the court proceedings that fall squarely within litigation privilege. They are communications made in a judicial proceeding by a litigant to achieve the objects of the litigation with some connection to the action. Your threat is also a jumbled, oily poutine of complaints about opinions, insults, and heated rhetoric. But under American law, statements can only be defamatory if they're provably false statements of fact. Thus, rhetorical hyperbole, vigorous epithets, lusty and imaginative expressions of contempt, and language used in a loose figurative sense have all been accorded constitutional protection. When statements are made in a heated and volatile setting, they are more likely to be treated as opinion, not fact. In setting in which the audience may anticipate efforts by the parties to persuade others to their positions by use of epithets, fiery rhetoric, or hyperbole, language which generally might be considered as statements of fact, may well assume the character of statements of opinion. Twitter, the site many of the statements you complained about, is the epitome of such a setting. American courts have long recognized that most people expect sites like Twitter to offer argument, rhetoric, and insult, not fact. Online discourse invites the sort of exaggerated and insulting criticisms of businesses and individuals which occurred here. Any effort to portray the rhetoric you complain of as provably false statements of fact will fail. Mr. Loader, who writes about extremism and some of the most loathsome people in modern society, is hardly decorous. He throws rhetorical elbows. This is relevant because American courts, in evaluating whether something is a provable statement of fact or opinion, consider the author and what the audience expects from them. Just as TPM's audience expects semi-literate bigot congratulating wankery. Nice. That's the line that needs to be celebrated. I'm continuing my pursuit, and then it went to the word of cheese in a Cheetos commercial. Oh, God. Did the ad pop up? Can somebody gift a sub to Gritty? Where were we? Mr. Loader's audience expects vivid and colorful condemnation of bigots and their apologists. This is one more reason you will not be able to establish that the rhetoric you complain about amounts to provably false statements. Hang on.
Competition would start kicking in.
Lord Fright has gifted a tier 1 sub to Surfer McGritty. They have given 389 gift subs in the channel.
I would like to thank my representative from the French government for providing more financial compensation for my entertainment bona fides. Thank you, Lord, for gifting a sub to Gritty. Personal financier from the French government. This is one more reason you will not be able to establish that the rhetoric you complain about amounts to provably false statements of fact outside of First Amendment protection. Your threat also fails because it's aimed at opinions based on disclosed facts. Mr. Loader provides links to evidence supporting his conclusions. Opinions and conclusions based on disclosed facts are protected by the First Amendment. If you plan to nitpick and brandish minor technical inaccuracies in any of Mr. Loader's statements, you cannot. It's well established under American law that the statement is only defamatory if it is substantially false. If the gist or sting of it is false. Finally, I am informed that in Canada, defamation defendant carries the burden of proving that a challenged statement is true. This hardly seems polite. In the United States, which values free speech and scorns the censor and the litigious bully, the burden is on the defamation plaintiff to prove that a challenged statement is false. You will fail to carry that burden. Take, for example, your gripe that Mr. Loader described TPM as a disinformation website vilifying the Anti-Defamation League. Even assuming this statement were a provable statement of fact, a laughable proposition, your client's own words will thwart any effort to disprove it. Your meritless demands are rejected unconditionally. Your threat to abuse the Twitter reporting systems dishonestly is noted and documented for future discussion with Twitter. Good relations with Twitter's lawyers I have. Mr. Loader, like other journalists, has been subjected to threats of violence and death harassment, harassment and abuse. Your threat on behalf of TPM is simply a continuation of that abuse in the thin and unconvincing guise of what might very generously be called law. That's contemptible, Mr. Coppola. Mr. Loader hasn't yielded to the other threats, and he won't yield to yours. Direct all further patently frivolous threats and other communications to me. Kindly govern yourself. Nice. This stream is sponsored by Lord Fortus. Yep. Good shit. Good shit. When is the evolution Mr. Knows fake accent? Yeah, we all know about his stupid accent. Let's get to the trial. And defining the defining moment of today's trial, the defense team caught Andy No in a blatant lie under oath. A lie which contradicted what No himself told police the day of the incident. Found out that his lies don't work in the courtroom the way they work on Twitter.
You testified under oath today.
He mentioned something about my reporting on Twitter, and he was furious. He also said something about breaking vertebrae bones, which I mean, that was when it became really scary. I didn't know what was in this individual's mind.
You testified under oath today that Mr. Hacker made some comment about breaking vertebra, and that's when you got really scared.
Yes.
That's your testimony today, under oath.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You told something completely different to the police, didn't you?
No.
You told the police that Mr. Hacker made several statements, including, do you know someone had their vertebra broken?
Oh, yeah. He was referencing the fact that there was literally somebody that Andy No outed on Twitter who had their vertebrae broken by a fucking Proud Boy. Yeah. Because of Andy No. They literally went after, I believe it was a lady, and fucking broke her back. You never heard that before, Gritty? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. Where is it? Well, the Hill might not even cover it. Oh, this is regarding his, quote, brain injury that, yeah, still no proof of that. Let's see here. Let's do broken back. It was more of a local story, so I'm like Google has been failing a lot lately. Is this it? With not policing Proud Boys, I think this might have it in there. Orleans Police Force, blah blah. Yeah. It's talking about an event that happened in 2021. Is this just going to talk about him getting milkshaked and punched? Uh, da, 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 da. Take a lot to find it, man. But I believe she was a journalist. Let's see here. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I don't know why it's on fucking Game Facts. Let's see here. Andy No. Journalists attacked Proud Boys Patriot Prayer. Try that. I hate how much harder it's how much harder it is to find stories on Google now. We could never thought to question who he really was or whether he was representing himself. His role in the cider riot incident and long history of antagonizing important leftists. Let's see here. If, filming with him. I've seen it pop up a number of times. I hate how hard it is to find this shit. Because the guy does so fucking much. And Google sucks. Comprehensive bad faith scans. Okay, so it should be in here. So he's good with this. Defender Reporting. I'll tweet about a port mace, blah blah blah. People, let's fight. Incident. Hammer attack. We know about the hammer attack. Where they pretended like it was Antifa that was swinging a hammer at them, but it was actually them who took it away from the Proud Boys. Sorry, Riot. Andy accompanied his fascist thug pals on a field trip, released into patio of the bar. Videos posted to Twitter. Wearing helmets, wielding batons after shouting insults. The bar has filed a lawsuit against Patriot Prayer members. Patron poured outside the bar to confront the attackers. Here it is. Patrons poured outside the bar to confront the attackers, and Patriot Prayer weirdo Ian Kramer was arrested after he broke a woman's neck with a baton while he was in the hospital. While she was in the hospital, Andy No published her name. Yeah. So this was all stemmed from this. If you have any questions about Andy No and when he was like big and actually instigating shit rather than just operating online, there you go. There's a thread. Sorry it took so long for me to find. Is Warnock losing to Walker? No. I was just making jokes about him talking about fucking vampires and werewolves and not knowing what movie he was actually watching. In honor of Andy No, the Surf's Antifa emote carries a milkshake. Good. As it should. I don't know what I just got rid of. Fuck. I thought I was closing the Andy No thing. Anyways, let's get back to the Andy No shit. But yeah, that's what that was quote was from. Was him. Chad was apparently explaining to him that a lady had her vertebrae broken, not saying that he was going to do it to him.
Predict what I said under oath.
That doesn't contradict what you said. You said under oath that he said a comment about breaking vertebra, and that's what made you really scared.
I didn't remember the full quote.
Okay, so you don't remember.
What I remembered was something about breaking vertebrae.
Okay, so you just misremembered the quote. When you testified.
I didn't misremember the quote because I didn't quote him. I said the words used were something about breaking vertebrae.
And you said that specifically made you very scared.
Yes.
But you would agree that that is taken totally out of context.
No, I don't agree with that.
How? Wow, how did this guy lose? Crazy.
You told police that his statement was about someone else having their vertebra broken. He was upset with your reporting.
No. I quoted to police what I recalled him saying that day.
Okay. You would agree that your recollection was better on that day than it is today?
Probably.
Especially in light of the fact that, as you just testified, you've had a brain hemorrhage.
Yes.
Again, brain hemorrhage.
Mention something about my.
The brain hemorrhage thing will always drive me nuts when right wingers talk about it. Yeah, you know how people have brain hemorrhages and are released from the hospital the same day? He walked under his own power into the hospital and out of the hospital after having a brain hemorrhage, supposedly, and then raised $200,000 off of that. And when people asked him to prove it, he blocked them. It's good to see you, Big Room. Hope you're having a good day. Every day is shit. Just to remind people, if you want to donate, that would be really helpful. We still don't have. We're not going to see the money, the $3,500 that worth of checks that have not been allowed to be deposited into our accounts until the 23rd. Hang on, Lamb is calling me. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. I'm back. All right. Let's go ahead and move on to Twitter and Elon Musk. If anyone has any newer, like, people are talking like Twitter is about to implode today, which would be interesting. But let's go ahead and let's tackle this interesting article I found on Mediaite. What Elon Musk is doing right at Twitter. I figure we could do, like, for the last little bit, we could do like a quick deep dive into this article, and you know, we could fact check it. We can see what we got going on with this article, because you know, see if it's well written. So, you know, something like that. I'm not on there anymore. I don't give a fuck. Let it die. I get like a lot of my links from there. I have a funny on that topic. Well, before we do that, let's go ahead and let's at least start this article, okay? Okay, so what Elon Musk is doing right at Twitter by Michael Luciano. Nothing. Yeah, okay, that sounds about right. All right. Well, that was a good article. Anyways, I didn't get to talk about this when it happened because we just couldn't get to it, and I take days off because my mental health is shit right now. For your sake, I hope it survives. It'll make things harder. I'll have to learn how to use Reddit, which, whatever. So, like I keep saying, social media is something that Elon Musk completely ignores, is that even though his supporters think he understands the internet, he doesn't. The internet will move on. You know, when MySpace started getting awful, people moved to Facebook. Facebook started getting awful, people moved to Twitter. Twitter becomes unusable, which it's heading that way right now. They'll move to something else. You know? Reddit. I don't know. So, I don't care. I don't care. We'll move on. We'll deal with it. I would rather it's an easier place to get information from, but we'll find another social media network. I go where the internet goes. I don't know. Mastodon. I signed up for it. I poked around at it a little bit. I don't understand it. Anyways, this was some funny shit going on. Eli Lilly dives after fake Twitter account promises free insulin, takes Novo Nordisk Sanofi with it. Like, I love that this shit happened. They also did this to a defense contractor too. I can't remember who the off the top of my head who the defense contractor was, but so safe to say the fucking the verification trial didn't go well. And then we move on to this from Monday. On November 1st, Twitter's trust and safety team prepared a 7-page document warning Musk and his team about exactly how the rollout of the new verified badge would go wrong. You know, the thing that everyone pointed out about how it could go wrong. I did too. It's very fractured. Yeah, it just looks like a mess. They need to fix it. I want it to be... It could be the replacement, but they got to fix it. Yeah, Lockheed Martin. That's what it was. I knew it started with an L. Anyways. Everyone pointed out how the verification thing was going to go wrong. You give everyone the same little badge that they can pay money for that used to denote like some sort of credibility. Like they've earned the right to be recognized because people can make fake accounts and pretend to be people. They can lie, basically. A thing that Elon Musk just attributed to the left and did not think the right would ever do. You know, the right that, controls everything and lies a lot. It's weird. It's weirdest fucking thing. Anyways. They were ignored. Then their fears came true. Days before the November 9th launch, the company's trust and safety team had prepared a 7-page list of recommendations intended to help Musk avoid the most obvious and damaging consequences of his plans for Blue. The document, which was obtained by Platformer, predicts with eerie accuracy some of the events that follow. I mean, it was the most obvious thing in the world, so everyone knew it was going to happen. I just realized my light isn't on. There we go. Hey, how about that? Looking good in the neighborhood. Motivated scammers / bad actors could be willing to pay to leverage increased amplification to achieve their ends where their upside exceeds the cost, reads the document's first recommendation, which the team labeled PO, to denote a concern in the highest risk category. Impersonation of world leaders, advertisers, brand partners, election officials, and other high-profile individuals represented another PO risk, the team found. Legacy verification provides a critical signal in enforcing impersonation rules, the loss of which is likely to lead to an increase in impersonation of high-profile accounts on Twitter. Hey, Everyone predicted that. Everyone's like, hey, that's a really dumb idea. Don't do that. One detail that could prove important. Twitter has no automated means to remove verification badges for people who don't pay for Blue. So Elon either has to build that tech or have folks do it manually. Except he just fired 80% of his contractors. The team identified several other risks for which Twitter has yet to identify any solutions. For starters, the company lacks any automated way to remove verified badges from user accounts. Given that we will have a large amount of legacy verified users on the platform, 400,000 Twitter customers, and that we anticipate we'll have to debadge a large number of legacy verified accounts if they decide not to pay for Blue. This will require high operational lift without investment. And this was before the company laid off 80% of its contractors, but we'll get to that. Just a smart man. Here's Glenn Greenwald. Let's check how good old Glenn is looking at things. Elon Musk's threat to restore free speech on Twitter provokes liberal panic and hysteria. What else you got to say? There's a verified account using my name that is very clearly a liberal, bashing me for insufficiently fealty to Dems. And it's basically nothing but a mountain of every sick anti-gay trope. Fundraising for NAMBLA, seeking kids to date, poisoned my husband because he got too old, etc. That last one isn't a joke about gay people. It's you the age difference between you and your husband is we'll just say extensive, creepy, if you will. Glenn called me an AOC leftist last month on there. Good Lord, gotta love it. Glenn is special. I'm surprised I haven't said anything to trigger him. But, like, I've stopped commenting to his stuff because, like, God, he's stupid. I don't know if he's stupid, but he's bad at his grift. Let me put it that way. Let me be charitable for no fucking reason. Check this out. Oh, this lady has been endlessly entertaining. She's sitting there just doing everything she can to get Elon to fire her. Remember the thing we read last week? Twitter employees were saying, don't quit, get fired so that you can get paid. Which I love. Great idea. Yeah, get that benefits package. Hell yeah, baby. But she's been posting a lot of great shit. This is one of them that I really loved. As an engineer at Twitter, I can confirm that Elon Musk doesn't understand anything about our website or coding in general. Not gonna lie, we laugh really hard about it behind his back. We've been calling him the CEO, but it stands for Code Efficiency Zero. The whole thing that I've said a bunch of times about how the man has no idea what he's doing. He's not particularly talented at really anything. That's what I'm talking about. But he made PayPal. Did he? No, he didn't. He started. We didn't get to cover it because it became irrelevant and everyone else had reported it. The man started firing people, started firing coders based on how much code they wrote. Because he thinks that, you know, all code is created equally on a website. And not that, you know, something that could be like, I don't know, the entire basis for which the platform is run on could be just one set of code that is really long and really complicated, but still adds up to a score of 1. It's not a point system, Elon. You don't You don't score production numbers by just hitting a number of things you complete. Sometimes those tasks require a lot of work, or the entire system will fucking die. Crazy to think of. He just acquires things and takes undue credit. Oh yeah, and we're going to get into more about that too. Elon Musk sent Twitter staff an email with the subject line, "A fork in the road." He said, to build a breakthrough Twitter 2.0 and succeed in an increasingly competitive world, we will need to be extremely hardcore. What the fuck does that mean? This will mean working long hours at high intensity. We need a soundtrack for this. We need a soundtrack for being hardcore, okay? Before we get into let's see here. What do we want to use? Let's do metal by numbers.
This new stuff, it's so easy.
Hardcore, guys. We need some hardcore music to play in the background. Only exceptional performance will constitute a passing grade. Twitter will be much more engineering driven. Design and product. What? Design and product, excuse me, will still be very important and report to me, but those writing great code will constitute the majority of our team and have the greatest sway. Elon Musk asked Twitter employees who agreed to click yes on a form in the email. Those who don't by 5 p.m. Thursday will be let go within 3 months with 3 months severance. Yeah. That's hardcore, Elon. Yep. And here we are. A lot of people had posted things regarding the lettuce meme. There's if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, there was this whole thing about somebody tested whether or not a lettuce head would last longer than Liz Truss as prime minister, and the lettuce head won. And when Elon took over, they got another lettuce head. And again, it appears the lettuce is going to win. As Elon Musk announced, he will find a new leader for Twitter. I don't know. What do you do with this information when you just fuck everything up and you're just like, oh no, I'm making great decisions. Oh, we're changing it. We're making this better. And everyone's like, no, this is much, much worse. This is absolutely awful. Nobody has a clue what's going on. The site is fucking broken. What is wrong with you? What are you doing? And now he's just like, oh, well, I guess I'll find somebody that knows what they're doing. I mean, not that I don't know what I'm doing. I'm brilliant. I'm Tony Stark. Elon Musk said on Wednesday he expected to reduce his time at Twitter and eventually find a new leader to run the social media company, adding that he hoped to complete an organizational restructuring this week. Musk made the remarks while testifying in a Delaware court to defend against claims that his $56 billion pay package at Tesla was based on easy to achieve performance targets and was approved by a compliant board of directors. So we're just subverting board members too. So that's real cool of him. However, Musk later said in a tweet that he will continue to run Twitter until it is in a strong place, though it will take some time. Musk's tweet came after former CEO Jack Dorsey said that he will not accept the role of Twitter CEO. In a reply to a Twitter user, when asked if he would take the position of CEO, he said, "Nope." Hey, you broke it, you bought it, buddy. Tesla investors have been increasingly concerned about the time that Musk is devoting to turning around Twitter. Oh, he turned it around all right. Right off a fucking bridge. There's an initial burst of activity needed post-acquisition to reorganize the company, Musk said in his testimony, but then I expect to reduce my time at Twitter. Musk also admitted that some Tesla engineers were assisting in evaluating Twitter's engineering teams, but he said it was on a voluntary basis and after hours. In other words, unpaid. I would put money on it being unpaid, or at the very least at the threat of being fired. You're going to work on this code that has nothing to do with your job for another company I own. I think you meant cliff. Elon drove Twitter straight off a cliff. That works too. Musk also admitted that some Tesla we already read that. The billionaire's first 2 weeks as Twitter's owner has been marked by rapid change and chaos. He quickly fired Twitter's previous CEO and other senior leaders, and then laid off half its staff earlier this month. Musk sent an email to Twitter employees early Wednesday telling them they needed to decide by Thursday whether they wanted to stay on at the company to work long hours at high intensity or take a severance package of 3 months' pay. You know, the sign of a healthy company. I fired a bunch of staff, made everything way worse. Do I have it? No, I don't have it. But he, there was reports that he fired the security team and then had to call the lead of the security team because they locked themselves out of the building and they didn't know how to get in. Like, Sean predicted it, guys. Sean absolutely predicted it. I didn't disagree with it at the time, so don't think I'm, saying this as like a, hey, I'm surprised. I'm not at all. But Sean was just like, essentially Elon's going to show up in Twitter offices, start flicking switches, start firing people, and, ending all the things that he supposedly hated, and then going after the fact, oh, that's why that was there. Why is verification like this? Why can't it just be a paid service? Oh, right. Right. That's why. Because people can pretend to be other people and probably will. and then it could actually have like effects on the real world. Oh, I don't know why we need this large a security team. That's crazy. Oh, a bunch of data has started to leak out into the ether. And now I could be looking at lawsuits for that. Oh, that's why that was there. Why do we have to have all these compliance officers to work with all these different countries? Won't they care about free speech? Oh, all these countries are now going after me with huge fines because I'm violating all their laws because this is a multinational company. Oh, that's why that was there. Like, what I said from the beginning, when I had predicted that he would not buy it, is if he did, there would be no way he could implement any of the things that he was proposing, because if he did, he would destroy the site. I don't know why I keep giving deference, even the littlest amount of deference to these people, that they would be smart enough to talk themselves out of doing the things that everyone is telling you not to do. Because I predicted he would show up and not change a goddamn thing, because everyone would show him how it would go wrong and he would listen. I did not account for the fact that he is exactly as stupid as I've always said he is, if not dumber, and proceeded to just come in, bowling in a china shop, you know, trying to get a baboon to do your dishes. Just break everything. And then after the fact be like, we did good work here. I'm going to step away though. It's a scene in Team America. Let's see here. Team America. Job well done. Let's see here. What is it? Paris. After scene. Aftermath. Yeah.
Well, police, get down on the ground.
This is Elon right now.
Bonjour, everyone. Don't worry, everything is boom. We stopped the terrorists.
Yep. That's Elon right now. Well, I fixed everything. I'm gonna fuck off now. Have fun with the new and improved Twitter. Just gonna leave. It's just destroyed. Just destroyed. This site is so much more broken than it's ever been. It's never been a great site. It's never been a well-run site. How many times have I played the clip from Lance bitching about the fucking video player? The video player on it is absolute dog shit. A guy complained about all the bloatware for all the stuff that isn't being used regarding the microservices. So Elon fired the guy for calling him out and then proceeded to not do what the guy said, but turn off all the microservices and then feigned shock when people couldn't log into their accounts because one of those microservices was literally the two-factor authentication. the service that sends you a text message for a code so that you can sign in, he turned that off. If he would have, I don't know, not fired that engineer, handled it internally, and listened to the guy to hear exactly what services need to be turned off, that wouldn't have happened. But he decided to take it upon himself to be pissed off that somebody rightfully called him out, steal his idea, and they didn't do it in the worst way possible. This is pulling up to a fucking auto shop with a flat tire, being like, hey, my tire is flat, I need it to get changed. Then being pissed off that you told him what was wrong with your car. You know, taking it in and doing a bunch of shit to it that it didn't need. Like, fucking removing your brakes and being like, here you go, and the tire's still flat. And you're just like, you made the problem worse. I just wanted you to change the fucking tire. No. Your brakes were bad, so we took them off. But you didn't replace them. No. It was holding you back. So now I can stop with less traction. Because you didn't want to listen to somebody else. You had too much of a fucking ego to listen to a single other goddamn human being. And this branches nicely into this point as to how this could happen. How could this happen? How could this man have such an ego that he would just never listen to people who have been at this company for years, who know the code in and out, who know what they're doing, thing that he does not do? It's because he's a liar. He's always been a liar. He's always presented himself as something he's not. And what he actually is, just a dumb rich kid who made a couple obvious investments at a time when he already had money to invest. And those opportunities presented themselves. Imagine what benefit he could use to spend $44 billion. Elon is a fraud, always has been, yeah. Elon Musk has lied for 27 years about his credentials. He does not have a BS in physics or any technical field. Did not get into a PhD program. Dropped out in 1995 and was illegal. Later, investors quietly arranged a diploma, but not in science. They literally just created it. Musk has falsely claimed to have a degree in physics from the University of Pennsylvania that he obtained in 1995, when he in fact has no such degree. The only degree he holds was obtained later than that. Upon information and belief, Musk's only known undergraduate degree is a Bachelor of Science in Economics, obtained from the University of Pennsylvania in May 1997. And as we already could tell, he's not good at that either. Various securities registration statements filed for PayPal with the Securities and Exchange Commission, Musk repeatedly represented himself as having received a BS in physics from the University of Pennsylvania and a BS in economics from the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania in 1995. A true and correct copy of SEC form blah 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 is attached. True and correct. Oh, I thought this would continue. Elon Musk has served as director since March 1999. Mr. Musk founded X.com Corporation in March 1999, which merged with Confinity Incorporated in March 2000. Mr. Musk served as CEO of X.com. Mr. Musk co-founded Zip2 Corp in 1995, where he worked in a number of roles, including chairman, CEO, CTO, from 1995 February 1999. Mr. Musk received a BS in physics from the University of Pennsylvania and BS in economics from the Wharton School. This is him lying. And here it is. So it says Bachelor of Arts, no department specified. So, in other words, it's fake. Why people still believe these people, I will never understand. It's just because they're rich, and they think rich means smart, and it doesn't. This thread will be long. Finding key contradictions took just a few hours back in May, but it's important to be complete. So I'll go through it all and why it's dangerous for the U.S. Please retweet Sunshine Disinfects. All sources are in that link. Summary of contradictions. Besides the fact that we have Elon's blank diploma, Elon says that he had degrees from Penn in 1994, false, 1995, false, or 1997, true. That he had to stay in school to get a degree to get an H-1B visa, but he didn't. That one Penn degree was in physics, false, or computational physics, doesn't exist. That he moved to California for a PhD program at Stanford, but also that he moved to find investors. That he started a PhD at Stanford, false. Then that he deferred, also false. 2 days into the program, impossible, but before paying tuition, he wouldn't have paid. That the department was materials science and engineering, or applied physics, or physics, all different, or applied physics and material science, doesn't exist. Literally just made it up. Just lie. He's liar, and he's bad at it, and he's dumb. Huh?
Timer for 1 hour and 10 minutes. 1 hour and 10 minutes. Starting now.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you were talking to me. That he was going to work with Bill Nix. Also, that he would work in physics on capacitors and batteries. Those are different fields. Nix worked on neither in 1995. Nix is in MSE. That Stanford's Dean of Graduate Studies wrote him she had reviewed his records and that he'd been admitted, but she filed a legal statement that no records were found. Yeah, we could do that. That Stanford would let him finish his undergrad after the PhD or during it. We haven't played this in a while. We haven't had this fun. Is it gonna work? Where's my bot? Is it connected? Did I turn it off? Come on now. Fuck it. We'll just play the sound.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude.
Excuse me.
Holy
Sorry.
fucking
I'm out of
shit,
control. I
dude.
apologize for that.
Literally lying. Still lying to his audience.
That's Elon. Here's him lying.
So it really depends on what somebody's goal is. If the goal is to start a company, I would say no point in finishing college. In my case, I had to, otherwise I'd get kicked out of the country.
Yeah.
So that was important. But
Although you went on and got a master's degree as well, right?
I came out to Silicon Valley to do a PhD at Stanford in applied physics and material science to work on ultracapacitors for use in electric cars. And that's what I was going to do. And then I decided to put that on hold to start a company. But since I already had my undergrad, I could then get an H-1B visa and that kind of thing. So the H-1B visa requires a degree. But other than that, I would have, if that wasn't the case, I probably would have stopped education sooner.
But he didn't have a degree then. As stated here, In 1995, he had no degree, so no visa. He was illegal. Elon Musk was an illegal immigrant. Conservatives, where are you? To be clear, no one cares about the degree. The immigration violation is history. What matters is Elon's big lie, pretending to be what he isn't. The academic stolen valor subverts judgment, but he's a genius, and it opens him to influence. It makes him a security risk.
So I studied physics and business because I figured in order to do a lot of these things, you need to know how the universe works, and you need to know how the economy works. The physics training is a very good training where it's a good framework for reasoning, where you're trained to think about first principles and reason from there. And that means boiling things down to the most fundamental truths and then connecting those truths in a way to try to understand how reality is. Because, you know, physics has this problem where they're trying to figure out things that are totally counterintuitive. Yeah. And so they had to have a framework for getting there. Like quantum mechanics is incredibly counterintuitive, but it's true. And so so physics developed a framework for figuring out things that aren't obvious. And that's why I think it's a lot of advice, but it's the right framework. I mean, like a lot of things I learned in college actually were pretty helpful. I mean, I think the physics approach to thinking is very good, like the first principles approach.
And you applied that broadly?
Yeah, applying the first principles approach to thinking is, I think, a good way to figure out counterintuitive situations. You know, so I thought that was really a helpful thing to learn.
He really does, Jenny.
What a fucking liar, dude.
Yep. Absolute liar. Elon's key influences are the PayPal mafia capos. Peter Thiel and David Sachs. They urged him to buy Twitter, advise him on running it. Both with childhoods in apartheid South Africa, angry culture wars at Stanford, now working on Thiel's political project to upend democracy. Cool. So Elon matters, and people around him are not America's friends. Someone has to call out the secrets. Many people know Elon's been sued over the fake degree. But even as Twitter tanks, no one has the guts to talk. Silicon Valley's the last place to lecture us on free speech. 3 most likely outcomes: Ukraine war, forever war, blah, 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 blah. Exactly. If you scare people enough, they will demand removal of freedom. This is the path to tyranny. Most probable outcome, by far, is a horrible war of attrition that destroys Ukraine and severely damages Russia with massive body count on both sides. And in the end, the same outcome. So why? First principles is not a physics thing. That's a philosophy thing. You know, I thought that, and I didn't want to say it because I wasn't sure enough. Because, unlike Elon, I'm not going to pretend like I have a philosophy degree. I'm not going to pretend I even went to school for philosophy. Like, I was sitting here hearing him talking about first principles. I was like, that doesn't sound like... I don't think that's not physics. Is it? I'm glad you were able to... You said that, Igloo. It's good to see you, by the way. As Elon Musk's crusade against Twitter Inc. Escalated from a war of words to a full-on takeover, he was egged on behind the scenes by a mix of voices from fellow billionaires to internet trolls. We saw that in his text messages. And there they are. Peter Thiel, David Sachs. Peter Thiel is trying to take over the U.S. Peter Thiel, you know, there are no good billionaires. But there's certainly ones that are a lot worse than others in their active takeover of society. Peter Thiel is very active. He hasn't been very good at it. He hasn't been very good at what he's doing. We have it kind of in sciences. But, like, he's trying. Much like the Koch brothers aren't very good at what they're doing. They're better at it than Peter Thiel. I will say that. Well, the Koch brothers, sorry. May you rest in hell, you piece of shit. Anyways, if anyone's Twitter safety, if anyone's left, this thread describes public evidence about a public figure. It's not a violation. It's citizen journalism. Also, remember the Streisand effect. Suspending this account would make the story go bigger. I would go public. It would be news. So, part A. Elon Musk moved from South Africa to Canada in 1989, did odd jobs for a year, then enrolled at Queen's University, where he wore logos from the business program, QC, Queen's Commerce. After 2 years, he transferred to Penn. At this point, he'd be on an F1 visa. His bio describes Elon's college years. Queens, went to the least number of classes possible. Penn, video game binges that went on for days. He lived in a party house with glow-in-the-dark decor, 500-person ragers, but it's difficult to find students who remember him. It's just why? You had the money. You didn't have any reason holding you back from just doing the thing that could have taught you things. You were already rich, so you didn't care. This completely disproves all the meritocracy right here. And there's a lot of these people who are just like that. They're not smarter than us. Well, most of them are dumb. Most of them are really fucking stupid. I can't remember how many times people have tried to tell me, no, Elon Musk is actually really smart. He may not know everything, and he may not make all the best decisions, but you gotta admit he's at least intelligent. To which I always say, I don't, because he's not. He never has been. After 3 years at Penn, Elon left for California with brother Kimball, tried to catch the internet wave. They rented a Palo Alto office, slept in it when not coding. By November 3rd, 1995, Elon filed to incorporate Global Link Information Network, Inc., a kind of online business directory. In the go-go 90s, the internet was new, and investors moved fast. In 1996, Moore Davidow and Ventures offered $3 million for Global Link. On August 15th, just 8 months after its startup, the change was official. Rich Sorkin was named CEO, and Elon became secretary, then renamed it Zip2. Part B, the visa. Moore Davidow now had a problem. Elon was undocumented. This is indisputable. If he'd finished a degree, he would have gone on OPT. Starting a business counts as practical training. But as a dropout, there's no legal path to stay. Nowadays, a 1-year overstay means you'd be deported. Could be barred for 3 years. In the 1990s, there might be workarounds, but what were Moore Davidow's options? Elon wouldn't qualify for an EB-1 Genius visa. 8 months of hairball code doesn't prove extraordinary ability. He's only smart to people easily fooled. And I don't even know what level of easily fooled you have to be to think that too. You listen to the man talk and you're just like, there's nothing behind anything he says. There's literally nothing. When he tries to get technical, it literally sounds like what it actually is. He's making it up as he goes. He's just a liar. That's it. Not even a good one. But because he has the money to back it up, people give him credence. It's undue. The meritocracy does not exist. Elon mentions the H-1B specialty occupations visa many times. Those were easier to get in the 1990s than now, but still had a hard criterion. You need an undergrad degree, and Elon didn't have one. He couldn't even apply till he somehow managed to get a diploma. Elon didn't have the $1 million in non-U.S. money he'd need for an EB-5, immigrant investor visa. More Davidow could quietly stake him some, but that's not legal. Of course, hiring an undocumented worker isn't legal either. So dodgy things happened in 1996. By 1997, a path was found. Part C, degrees. Again, we care about Elon's degrees because he cares a lot. He's made physics part of his identity. He talks about it so much, there's a highlight reel. 27-year lie is in his persona. Why the lie? A physics degree isn't even that useful for Elon's career. Martin Eberhard and Mark Tarpenning, the actual founders of Tesla, I should add that, the actual founders of Tesla Motors, have what you'd actually want. CS and electrical engineering. But physics does that to some people. It's a kind of status worship. So let's walk through the evidence on his degrees carefully. Evidence from lawsuits, subpoenas, and depositions. 2. Elon's coursework. 3. Statements from Penn. 4. False statements to his biographer. The lawsuits. Here's the story of how we have Elon's diplomas. In 1995, Elon interviewed at a startup, then ghosted them, started Global Link instead. The owner sued, alleging Elon swiped his business plan. The case hinged on deception, since borrowing ideas is legal. To get the interview, Elon said he was a Stanford PhD student with degrees in computational physics and finance. The plaintiff called that fraud and subpoenaed Penn. It seems Elon was indeed given 2 diplomas, but only in 1997, and the second one has no department. Note that pulling strings at Penn's Wharton School is not that big a scandal. Credentialing unstudious elites is part of Wharton's game. Trump and Trump Jr. are grads too, but Penn physics is small. Just a handful of graduates, and holding their reputation requires standards. Elon had to sit for a deposition as part of the 2007 lawsuit. He was grilled about saying computational physics, which doesn't exist at Penn. When asked about the blank diploma, he evaded. Elon's been talking his way out of situations for a long time. He won the suit. In 2009, ousted Tesla Motors founder Martin Eberhard also sued, and again attacked Elon's physics degree claim. Eberhard reused material from the earlier suit and added lies found in official SEC filings. This time, it seems it was successful, since Elon settled out of court. Coursework. We know Elon did try physics, but was academically behind. That's clear from homework he posted. He's a third year in second year mechanics. It's a red flag for someone who skips a lot of classes. Some prodigies can ace tests without classes, but they aren't behind. I guess a lot of people pointed out how bullshit all this homework was. Penn statements. Penn's Wharton School regularly claims Elon, world's richest man, as an alumnus, but the physics department seems never to have done so. In their graduates to 1997, and their congrats to 97 graduates, there's no Elon. That's weird. Penn Arts and Sciences, which includes physics, has called Elon a physics alum in one context, a bio for the Elon Musk public lecture, made possible through a generous endowment gifted to the Center for Particle Cosmology in 2009. Gifted the year of Elon's deposition. Yep. 3. False statements to his biographer. In 2015, Ashley Vance put out a gushing bio of Elon. At some point, he noticed At some point, he noticed that Elon's degrees came 2 years late and asked about it, but then just accepted Elon's strange answers and shoved them in an appendix. They don't hold up. Elon explained his delayed diplomas by saying he had a minor problem at Penn. He hadn't fulfilled his language and history requirements, and when those were later dropped, he got the degrees. But Penn has not dropped its language and history requirements. Elon also said he got so tied up in coding he forgot he hadn't graduated. Just no foreign student forgets about their visa status unless you're extremely rich and have parents that can pull strings for you and you're connected with people who can hide the fact that you're, undocumented. See, being an illegal immigrant is a thing for, dark-skinned poor people, not rich white people from South Africa. No. Don't get it confused. Elon also said he got so tied up in coding, or we already read that, sorry, diploma, the inconsistencies should have tipped reporters off. Part D, Stanford. Lots more contradictions about Elon's supposed acceptance to Stanford. So here's the summary as a reminder. And I'm sure they're still working on more additions to this. Because why the hell wouldn't they? Here they are. Okay. 1995, Elon claimed to be a Stanford PhD student in materials science and engineering, but his story has morphed over time. NB Cell, thank you for the follow. Stories put him in any of 3 different departments at Stanford, MSc or Applied Physics or Physics, and sometimes even combined them. For example, here Elon says Applied Physics and Material Science. Again, no one forgets that what they applied for. If a football player is drafted by the LA Rams, he doesn't later say he was going to join the LA Lakers or the LA Dodgers or the Ram Dodgers. Somehow, faced with Elon's wealth, no one flags the contradictions. In 2015, Stanford's former president, John Hennessy, introduced Elon with, he arrived at Stanford to pursue his PhD in physics but left after 2 days. Elon didn't correct him. Elon's deposition makes it clear that he was not accepted to any department. He dodges saying which, I spoke to, the chairman of science, then talks about when he would pay tuition. But no science PhD student at Stanford pays tuition. Elon never saw an offer letter. Everyone should have had questions from the start. How could Elon start a PhD if he hadn't graduated? He had 2 fantastical explanations. In 2009, he said Stanford had agreed he could do the PhD anyway, then go back and finish undergrad after. Unheard of. In 2015, he told Vance a different story, that Penn and Stanford had made a special arrangement for him, and he would finish his undergrad while doing his PhD. Also unheard of. And Elon was a nobody at that point. No investors to smooth his path. His dad wasn't nobody. What happens in real life is, if a student doesn't finish his undergrad, his graduate admission is rescinded. In June, he's done. He doesn't set foot on campus, and if he's on an F1, he cannot work in the US and has to leave the country. Elon knows this. The lawsuits forced Stanford to make a formal comment on Elon's PhD stories. In December 2008, Stanford's Dean of Graduate Admissions, Judith Hackow, answered a subpoena with a terse response. We are unable to locate a record in our office for Elon Musk. That's the whole thing. That's it. The story now gets disturbing. Oh boy. When Vance asked questions, Elon gave him a letter purportedly sent by Hackau in June 2009, attesting personally, you applied and were admitted to the graduate program in material science engineering. It reads like a hostage video. Let's see. It read, as per special request from my colleagues in the School of Engineering, I have searched Stanford's admission database and acknowledged that you applied and were admitted to the graduate program in material science engineering in 1995. Since you did not enroll, Stanford is not able to issue you an official certification document. Uh-huh. So strange, it's not believable. It made me feel ill. Did someone pressure her to write that to appease Elon? But maybe it's a fake. A 30-year employee wouldn't misspell the department. And now she's dead. Bizarrely, Vance didn't call Hackau to confirm. She died in 2019. Most likely, Elon never applied to grad school. The 2007 lawsuit quotes an article saying he moved to California on the advice of Queen's U, a business professor, to meet investors. Elon was in business, not science. Last item to cover. This year, Elon posted a gushing letter from Bill Nix, former chair of Stanford MSE, who would have been my professor. This means less than it might seem. Nix doesn't remember him from 1995. He's reaching out to a potential donor after Elon mentioned him. In an interview shortly before, no surprise, if you're the richest man in the world, people say nice things about you. Note, Elon says his PhD topic was advanced capacitors and batteries to improve the energy density for electric vehicles. Nix worked on neither in 1995. How do you forget what your professor would even work on? Part E, quitting Twitter's board. Given how many secrets Elon has, it was a surprise when he agreed to join Twitter's board. The letter he signed on April 4th, 2022, agreed to a background check. Anything about degrees and visas was going to come out. Oh boy, this is spicy right here. The board idea cratered fast. You can see it unravel. April 5th through 7th, Elon and CEO Parag are cheerfully planning. April 8th, Elon suddenly sends Parag a screenshot from 1 minute before, and I'm so sick of this. That's it. By 3:20 a.m., he is texting Kimball about creating a new Twitter. What, from his text messages? So this explains why that relationship fell apart. Everyone was really confused as to why that disintegrated so fast. I know we're over. I just want to finish this and then we'll be done. Next morning, April 9th, he tells Twitter, expect a take private offer, a hostile takeover. The screenshot seems like Elon's rosebud moment. Of course, he's impulsive, could be random, but later events do suggest hidden secrets since in August. As Twitter fought to make Elon pay up, he subpoenaed Stanford to ask if they'd talk to Twitter. What was he looking for? We may never know. In September, Twitter made his text public. Elon caved within a week and agreed to buy, ending the lawsuit. Was all this... Was that part just to hide the fact that he is lying about his education? Part F, national security. A Twitter owner can do a lot of damage by spreading disinfo if Twitter survives, or by letting it die to stifle speech, by getting personal info of journalists and activists, by pulling down info stored on Twitter, or even archived tweets. Trump should have taught us that an impulsive, insecure oligarch with dark secrets and poor judgment who barely scraped through Wharton and talks too much with Russians is a security risk. People with secrets can be used. The people whispering to Elon now, Peter Thiel and David Sachs, are not friends of free speech. Thiel has deliberately destroyed one media outlet already. He calls journalists terrorists. He may not care if Elon loses his fortune. Thiel and Sachs are openly authoritarian, dislike democracy, and push disinfo. Read link thread to understand. Thiel courts extremists on the right. Sachs befriends the left. Sachs spreads Putin's propaganda overtly. Thiel more discreetly. Hey, this is your Jimmy Dores, by the way. Would you look at that? Appealing to the left.
Okay, Google, how much timer left on timer?
This is why I've always said the correct position on the war in Ukraine is war is bad. Sucking the dick of either country, bad idea. Try to know somebody before you suck their dick is all I'm saying. It's the safest way to do things. Part G, things to do. Call your rep or senator. Much of Elon's revenue is your tax dollars paying for SpaceX launches. That can stop. Tesla is already under investigation for safety concerns. Twitter may be. Our astronauts need safety too. Not to mention the fact that, like, Tesla makes most of his money off of selling carbon credits to big car manufacturers so that they can lie about their carbon emissions. So just saying. So this looks like it's the end of it. So, you guys want this link? I'll go ahead and post it in chat. I gotta scroll up to the top because it was a long thread.
Smells good in here, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. There we go. Enjoy that. I've been saying it for years. Elon Musk is a fraud. He's an idiot with a lot of money. Just saying it over and over again, and I've had so many people, even people in my own city just mad at me. Because, how dare you say that about him? He's brilliant, he's Iron Man, he's Tony Stark. How could you? And I sit back right now watching everything that's going on, and I'm just like, man, all this could have been avoided if you guys would just, like, I don't know, stop thinking that billionaires inherently know what they're doing with anything. They don't. Any financial decisions that those people make that is beneficial, someone else had offered it to them. And that's how they got there. They didn't fucking, come up with the idea. Someone else did. That's it. And they benefit from it. The beauty of the Twitter takeover is we got to watch it not only in real time, but play out in public how absolutely terrible at this he is. How little he knows. Openly just stating things that are patently false and being called out in real time by the people that work for him because they care so little for working with him that they're like, fucking fire me. Fucking fire me. Please do. I'll make more money off of that. I don't want to be here. This whole shit about being hardcore it's horse shit. All of it. I don't want to deal with you anymore. You made me hate my job so much that I want you to fire me because you suck this bad. But, you know. Can't win them all. It's capitalism for you. People are, you know, we're trained from a young age to worship people who just happen to accrue money. And we're told that it's their hard work that got them there. And it never is. I always say that, you know, mediocrity gets a bad name. And most people are mediocre. And that's okay. It's okay. But we're so willing to just give this like moniker of being above it all to just anyone. Just anyone, based off of things that don't actually prove ability or genius or anything. We're so willing to do that just because we don't know how people make money. We're propagandized to believe that it's hard work and know-how. And most of it's just luck. I had to make a video on TikTok the other day to reply to this guy because, you know, he didn't like that I said that, you know, most people that make money, especially in today's economy, they got lucky. Everything from where you were born, who you were born to. And the reason they get offended by that, reason people lean to the right of us get offended by that, is because they think that statement pulls away from the work that they've done. And let me tell you something very clearly. It doesn't. It pulls nothing away from your work. It's a recognition that it doesn't matter how hard you work. It's not going to change a goddamn thing about your life. You're not going to be able to work your way up to be a CEO. People don't do that. CEOs are installed. CEOs are already in that club. They were either born there or they went to school with the right people, knew the right people, and got pulled into it. CEOs aren't trained. They're in the club. Carlin quote. Because what I wound up saying to that guy is there are people who work harder than you and get less. It doesn't put you, if I were to say that you got there because of your hard work, that pulls away from the people who work harder and get less. That's to say that they worked harder, but because their work is worth less than yours, fuck them. When in reality, we all work. We are all overworked. We're all struggling. We're all pushing. We're all driving. We're all grinding. And it doesn't matter weird arbitrary amounts, how you measure it, or blah, 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 blah. We're all doing it. What matters is the results. Does doing this amount of hard work matter? Does it change your life? It doesn't. And if it does, it changes it for the negative, and it ruins your mental health. It ruins relationships. To be as devoted as they tell you to be ruins your life. Recognize that you can work hard without it becoming your identity and you attaching it to the reason why you might be doing well. In the same way that if you're also working hard and you're not getting those things, it doesn't mean you're not working hard enough. And to say otherwise is bullshit. You didn't get there through hard work any more than someone who's working at fucking McDonald's, working more hours than you, working harder, getting more shit done, doing the jobs of 10 people when you're bitching about having to do the job of 5. Work that is much more difficult to do physically, mentally. It may not, you may not have like some special training in it, but you couldn't do that. I'll flat out admit that I can't work at fast food. I couldn't handle it. I will never say that a McDonald's worker deserves less than somebody who works at in an office. That's not the world we live in. Compensation is driven by these special things that we supposedly do. Never discredit the amount of work that you do just because of your pay. Just recognize that the problem is that you're not paid well. You're not paid enough. It takes nothing away from you to recognize that fact. Nothing. You can still be proud of your hard work. That's why I say, like, you know, yeah, under socialism, under communism, under all this stuff, things would still get done. People think that people would just stop working. Why? Stuff would still need to get done. People don't like sitting still. People aren't just going to sit there and just play video games all day. Someone's going to be like, I liked providing electricity, so I'm going to work as an electrical engineer. And I'm going to be, you know, working for the power company. I'm going to provide these things because this is something I like to do. And I know it benefits society. It makes me feel more complete to do it. I just don't want to have to be forced to do it at fucking gunpoint with the threat of starvation and losing my home in order to do it. That's all socialists and communists, all the left is trying to say. These things should be defining you as like things you do to survive. That you just see things that you want to do because it needs to get done. And you kind of like it. It interests you. Shouldn't be some arbitrary wall of finances blocking you from doing it either. But there is. The problem was never your hard work. The problem all along is your pay. And you don't decide that. Elon Musk proving it every goddamn day he's CEO of Twitter. Anyways, we're going to raid left flank bets. I went over way too long. Oh, I did the wrong thing. God damn it. I had that typed up for a minute now, and I had it typed up wrong. There we go. Okay. For the subs. We didn't hit the sub goal, but that's okay. Maybe we'll hit it tomorrow. And we'll be back Saturday for some more fun. And hey, if you're not already, follow me on social media, especially TikTok. We are over 600. My last Elon video pulled in over 100 new followers. We need to hit 1,000 for me to start streaming on there. That seems to be the new hotness, so let's make that happen. But nothing else. Have a wonderful day. I'm starving and have to poop at the same time. I am a walking contradiction of GI problems right now. You guys have a good day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Amazing. That is amazing. 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 Isn't that amazing? That's amazing. 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 That is amazing. 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 Isn't that amazing? That's amazing.
Oh, damn.
And then they did dumps.
Holy
they call
shit.
them dumps. Big, massive dumps.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Mark Monkey? Welcome in, Raiders.